Chapter 1788. Schenker's store had already been surrounded for a month. During this period, not only did the 9 heavenly guards attack, there were also 2 experts on the ranking. Even after attacking for a month, they still failed to break through Schenker's store. The 9 heavenly guards in the city ignored this matter. It was obvious that they were instructed to do so. When the group of 7 heavenly guards saw this, they knew very well that if this continued, the store's defenses would be breached sooner or later. During this period of time, some of Old Man Schenker's deeds had been circulating in the city. Some people said that Old Man Schenker had a very good relationship with Zichin, who was ranked first on the soldier ranking. Back then, he was ranked first on the soldier ranking. Now he was ranked first on all 3 soldier rankings. His battle prowess was unparalleled in the Imperial Sky region. Unfortunately, Zichin had disappeared for 100 years. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't rush back to rescue them immediately. However, when everyone reappeared on a new day, they discovered that the great city barrier array of the 7 heavenly guards had been activated without any warning. This was baffling. Moreover, there were rumors in private that Schenker's helper had returned. In the current situation, the only person who dared to help Schenker and had the ability to help him was Zichin. But would Zichin appear? Seeing that Schenker's store was about to fall, the faces of the 7 heavenly guards were filled with reluctance. Schenker's store was honest and never cheated anyone. Although they didn't have a deep relationship with each other, they had a good impression of each other. Just as the new round of attacks began, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from outside the city. Even though everyone was separated by the great city barrier array, they could still clearly sense this aura. Realm Lord. For a moment, everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed in unison. This was the aura of a Realm Lord, including the 2 experts on the soldier ranking. Everyone who sensed the aura of a Realm Lord immediately raised their heads and looked toward the sky. They saw a tall giant standing in the sky. Black light circulated around his body, and he held a huge mace in his hand. Is that a foreign race? A new foreign race? Is the foreign race going to invade the Imperial Sky City? Seeing the appearance of Man Sure in the sky, some of the cultivators who had just entered the city exclaimed, "Idiot, that's a powerful physique. It's Zichen's follower. Man Sure, it's Man Sure. It's definitely Man Sure. I saw him once 100 years ago. He's Zichen's follower. Could it be that Zichin has really returned?" All kinds of discussions were going on in the city. At the same time, everyone was crying out in alarm as they looked at the mace that was falling from the sky. The mace carried a terrifying aura as it shattered the void and smashed onto the light barrier. Compared to the defensive light shield of the 8-layer city, the light shield of the 7-layer city was much weaker. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, the defensive formation was still indestructible. Humph, this is the great array of the city. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break it. Ayo! He snorted coldly, completely unaware that his face had lost all color. Boom! The spiked mace smashed downwards, causing the entire Royal Sky City to tremble. The defensive barrier started to distort frenziedly before exploding apart under the shocked gazes of the crowd. 1 strike. This time, Mansure only used 1 attack to break the great defensive array. Damn it, how could it be like this? When Aoe and Wang Si saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, how could they still dare to attack Schenker's store? They couldn't even escape in time. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Zichin and the others appeared outside Schenker's store. The 2 experts on the great ranking list did not manage to escape in time. When they saw Zichin in the lead, an uproar broke out in the city again. She did not expect that Zichin would really come back at this critical moment. Zichin merely glanced at the 2 of them and said coldly, "Kill them all." Swoosh! Swoosh! Light and shadow flashed. Except for Zichin, who did not move, everyone behind him moved. A total of 7 rays of light circled around Schenker's store. Then, the 7 of them returned to their original positions. Apart from the 2 experts on the martial list, all the cultivators who participated in the siege of Schenker's store were dead. One had to know that those cultivators were all in the 9th layer, although they were not on the martial list. In the eyes of the 7th layer cultivators, they were true experts. Yet these experts died just like that. You guys! Aoyi's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with terror. With just this move, he could tell how powerful these people were. Moreover, in terms of ranking, he was much lower than them. Buzz. He chose to escape almost without hesitation. His and Wang's bodies flashed with light. That was the light that could only be emitted by teleportation arrays. But in the next moment, surges of realm energy enveloped the 2 of them, preventing the teleportation arrays around them from activating. With a flash of green light, a green sword ray swept past the necks of the 2. In the eyes of the 2, this sword ray was extremely slow. However, the 2 experts on the martial list were unable to dodge it. Pooh! Pooh! With a flash of the sword ray, 2 heads flew high into the air. Back then, Old Man Schenker treated them very well. Now that they saw these people besieging Schenker's store, they were naturally furious. Old Man Schenker's crisis was resolved just like that. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone was still in a state of shock. They could not believe that all this was real. Old man, come out. The danger has been resolved. Looking at the defensive light barrier in front of him, Zi-chan revealed a smile. Looking at the still light barrier, Manshur shouted, "Old man, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, this place of yours will be destroyed with a single strike of my staff." Inside the light barrier, the door of the store opened. A head popped out and looked around cautiously. It was Schenker. Seeing no one else, Schenker raised his head and looked forward. When he saw Zi-chan and the others, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his aged face. "Zi-chan, it's really you guys. You guys are back." Zi-chan nodded. Manshur said, "Old man, why aren't you removing the light barrier? This is how you treat your guests. You guys came back at the right time. I almost lost my life." This sentence sounded like a complaint. However, the joy on Old Man Schenker's face could not be concealed. As a seal appeared in his hand, the defensive light barrier that could not be broken through after being besieged for a month dissipated just like that. Schenker's store reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone walked into the store. Zi-chan said, "Old man, there are so many ways to escape. Why did you choose to stay here?" Zi-chan, who had been to Schenker's store, knew very well that there were many teleportation arrays here. However, Zi-chan was in such a hurry because he was worried that the Wang family would block all of Schenker's escape routes. "Let's not talk about those unlucky things. I can see that you guys have not broken through to the Sector Lord Realm. What exactly did you guys encounter in the depths of that world?" Old Man Schenker asked curiously. "Let's talk about this later. Why did the Wang family target you? Are you clear about the purpose of the Wang family's recruitment?" Zi-chan asked. Old Man Schenker sat on a chair and said proudly, "Of course I am clear about it. Speaking of which, the Wang family has invested a lot this time. They are prepared to do something ruthless." "What do you mean?" Zi-chan asked, puzzled. "The Wang family has gathered many foreign races and brought them to the Royal Sky region. Almost all of them are at the 9th level. Among them, the soul-devouring race has the most. What do you think they are doing if they're not preparing to do something ruthless?" Schenker said. Zi-chan looked at Schenker. "You know about this matter?" "Of course. I know about it from the beginning. Then why didn't you stop them? Don't you know how terrifying the soul-devouring race is? It's easy to invite them in, but hard to send them away. It won't be easy to bring them back. Do you think I didn't stop them? If it wasn't for this old man being a busybody, do you think they would have sent out experts on the rankings to deal with me?" Schenker rolled his eyes and said, "Fortunately, I was vigilant and prepared. Otherwise, how could I have waited for you guys to return?" Then, do you know what the Wang family is preparing to do? Who knows? Maybe they are helping Wang Yuanshan obtain the position of domain lord. Domain lord? Isn't he already a vice domain lord? A vice domain lord is better than a domain lord. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, I don't care if he is a domain lord or not. In short, it is wrong to bring the alien race into the Jianwu continent. What, you want to stop it? Of course I want to stop it. Zichen was so determined. On one hand, he didn't want the alien race to invade the Jianwu continent. On the other hand, he was worried that the Shantian prefecture would be implicated. After coming to the battlefield of despair, Zichen guessed that the Wang family was related to some of the families in the Shantian prefecture through their targeting. And this time, if the Wang family made a big move, it was bound to affect the Shantian prefecture as well. Among them, Zichen was most worried about the family that had a lot to do with the alien race that even the prefecture lord couldn't touch. Old man Schenker leaned back and stretched comfortably, saying, Don't worry. This time, the Wang family has made full preparations. Almost all the transmission arrays in the battlefield of despair have been stopped. Now, it will be difficult for you to leave even if you want to. Zichen said indifferently, Of course, the regular channels won't work, but I believe that the other 4 families will have a backup plan. Old man Schenker said, You don't have to think about them, although the Wang family started the war this time. Do you think that the other 4 families don't know? They haven't made a move because they want to guard the battlefield of despair. However, the Wang family's harvest this time will definitely be shared by the other 4 families. Taking a deep look at Zichen, Old man Schenker said, These 4 families are really good at scheming. If the Wang family succeeds, they will naturally reap the benefits. Even if the matter is exposed, they will still take away the Wang family's properties. As long as they stay on the sidelines and watch the game between the 2 sides, they will benefit from both sides. Of course, if the Wang family fails, the benefits they will reap will naturally be less. You mean that if I go to the 4 families now, they will refuse me and won't let me use their transmission arrays. They must already know about your return. Looking at your current strength, they certainly won't refuse. But what if the transmission arrays are broken? Zichen smiled bitterly. Indeed, if all 4 transmission arrays were broken, how would Zichen be able to use them? However, looking at old man Schenker's calm expression, the latter should have some backup plans. Zichen said, They want to kill you not just because you meddled in their business, but because you have a way to make us leave, right? Chapter 1789. Zichen stared at old man Schenker, who showed a complacent expression. The Wang family had paid such a high price to kill him, who was only in the 7th Division, so there must be an important reason. Schenker nodded and said proudly, I've been managing Schenker's little store for tens of thousands of years, and they can't even imagine how many teleportation arrays I built during that time. They think they can kill me by destroying a few teleportation arrays. That's just a daydream. I was just playing with them before. As for the passage to the Jianwu continent, I certainly don't lack it. Obviously, the Wang family also knew about this, and it was for this reason that they wanted to kill old man Schenker. However, it didn't matter whether they killed Schenker or not. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the teleportation arrays. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Man sure couldn't wait to go home. They had been here for long enough and didn't want to stay any longer. Schenker was stunned. Let's go now. Zichen thought for a moment and said, There are still some things to be done. Let's wait for one more day. On this day, Zichen returned to the world of dragons with his people. He came to say goodbye to the Tomb Keeper. Tell those forces that if the dragon boats reappear, don't board them. The Tomb Keeper nodded and watched Zichen leave with his people. See you again, said Zichen. See you again. The Tomb Keeper and the natives watched Zichen disappear. When they returned to Schenker's little store, Schenker was fiddling with the teleportation array and muttering, It hasn't been activated for many years. It's almost rusted. After coming in, Zichen said directly, Old man, you're coming with us this time. Shankar looked up in surprise. Let's go together. You can't always stay here and be schemed against. Come back to Shantian Prefecture with me. I'll find a good place for you to spend the rest of your life. Shankar shook his head and said, No, I'm needed here. Don't flatter yourself. When the Thunder Dragon returns successfully and the world rules are repaired, the invaders will no longer have an advantage. This world will belong to the natives, after all. They will take it back sooner or later. At that time, you, an old man, will be dismembered. Shankar hesitated. He had stayed here for tens of thousands of years, and this place was like his home. He was not used to leaving so suddenly. After all, this place is not the Zhanwu continent, nor is it our world. Come with me. Zi Chun persuaded again. If what Zi Chun said was true, there would be no more room for the invaders to develop in this world. All the invaders would retreat, and there would be no point for Shankar to stay here. All right. Shankar nodded, unable to hide his disappointment. He had been running this store for many years, and it could be considered his greatest achievement. However, he had to give it up today. Let's go. I'll open a small shop for you when we get back, Zi Chen said, not feeling that Shankar's departure was a pity. Meng, she was reclining on a reclining chair, holding a small teapot in his hand. His eyes were narrowed and he was in a daze. Due to the recent changes in the situation, he spent most of his time at home, allowing the rain of swords and fire to fall outside. He closed the doors and windows so that he could not hear what was happening outside. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the room. There was also a strong aura in this light. This aura blew some of the decorations in the room to the left and right. Some of the exquisite jade artifacts fell to the ground and shattered. What's going on? Meng, she suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his turbid eyes. The power around his body spread out and froze the space around him. Time seemed to have stopped, and all the jade artifacts that were about to fall froze in midair. The strong wind disappeared, and the strong light dissipated. 5 men, 3 women, and 1 old man appeared in Meng Shi's room. It's been many years since we last met. Old man, you really secretly broke through. As soon as he appeared, Shankar looked at Meng Shi and said. When Meng Shi saw Shankar, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. The previous space control disappeared in an instant, and the cracking sound rang out again. All kinds of jade artifacts that were frozen in midair fell and shattered. No longer feeling sorry for the jade artifacts, Meng Shi said in disbelief, Shankar, it's you? Why did you come out? Why can't I come out? I thought you were going to die of old age in there. Meng, she stepped forward and gave Shankar a big hug, and then said with a smile, You set up the teleportation array in my house. This should be your life-saving method. Old man, you must have offended many people and now you're being chased. Bullshit. Who in the world dares to chase after me? Shantian and the others recognized Meng Shi at a glance. It was this old man who took the bribe and almost killed them. Zi Chan looked at Meng Shi, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called him senior. Oh, it's fine that you came back by yourself. But why did you bring a group of followers? Meng Shi squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. I say, old man, you should be more polite. Who's a follower? Manshur, who was already angry at Meng Shi, spoke very impolitely. Meng Shi glanced at Manshur and said with a strange smile, What a big temper. It's comparable to a sector lord. Unfortunately, your realm is too low, and it's not proportional to your temper. Manshur was stunned, and he wanted to go up and beat him, but he was immediately stopped by Wu Xia. You're wrong this time. These people are famous people in the battlefield of despair. Shankar explained. How famous? I only know this little guy, and I'm not familiar with the others. Meng, she pointed at Zi Chen and said, They all came back from the dragon boat. Shankar said, What, ancient dragon boat? Meng Shi's eyes flashed, and he looked at Zi Chen and asked, You really came back alive? What happened on the dragon boat? Zi Chen didn't answer and asked back, This question can be answered later. I want to ask Senior, do you know the recent movements of the Wang family? Meng, she looked at Ziqin and said, you also know about the Wang family. You came out this time, and you're not going to meddle in other people's business. Ziqin said, seriously, it's everyone's responsibility to expel the foreign races. Meng, she said disdainfully, responsibility my ass. That's just a trick to trick children. But it's rare for you to be so hot-blooded. But I advise you not to throw your lives away. This time the Wang family caught us off guard and gathered many experts. It's not something you can stop. Haha, this time the Shantian prefecture is going to change hands. That little guy Tang Nua is done for. Shantian prefecture. City, Lord Tang Nua. Ziqin said, the Wang family is targeting the Shantian prefecture, not the Imperial Sky region. Meng, she glanced at Ziqin in disdain and said, the Imperial Sky region is the 7 Prefecture Alliance. What right does a mere Wang family have to dare to touch the Imperial Sky region? Making a move on the Shantian Prefecture is already the limit. This is also because Tang Nua has been holding back a foreign race clan. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have anything to do with it. Ziqin was surprised. Senior also knows that there are foreign races in the Shantian Prefecture. Meng, she said, as long as you're not a fool, you know. Ziqin didn't understand, so he asked, since you know, why don't you work together to eradicate them? Brett, are you an idiot? Who would do something without benefits? Moreover, that foreign race clan has extraordinary battle strength. Who would let their own experts die for nothing? Meng, she said earnestly, you're still too young. In this world, how can there be so many grievances? As long as there are enough benefits, humans and foreign races can become friends. Ziqin couldn't refute this because he also had foreign race friends. Back then, he had even helped Joya. However, he definitely didn't agree with the statement. It was true that benefits came first, but there must be a limit to everything. There must be a bottom line. Meng Shi and the others clearly knew that there were foreign races in the Shantian prefecture, but they just watched from the side. In Ziqin's opinion, this had crossed the bottom line. Let's go. At first, Ziqin thought that Meng Shi was like him, a person with a bottom line, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. He was very disappointed and turned to leave. Brat, don't think that the Wang clan only brought some foreign races from the battlefield of despair this time. They are indeed a combat force, but they are not the main force. The real main force is the realm overlords, and there are even many existences at the small perfection and great perfection realm. Perhaps you are not clear about the division of realms, but remember, be it the small perfection or great perfection realm, they're not something that ordinary realm overlords can compare to. Other than realm overlords, there are also experts from the empty realm. They are the real main force. Ziqin waved his hand and said, Senior, you don't have to worry about this. Schenker will stay with you. If we can come back alive, I will take him away. If we die, I'll have to trouble you, the realm lord, to settle him down. I think you won't ask for benefits from us. Ziqin appeared with a smile on his face. Back then, Meng, she had helped him. Although Shantian Dao and the others told him that Meng, she had taken something from the Wang family, Ziqin still believed that Meng, she had no intention of harming them. But now, Meng, she showed an indifferent attitude, which disappointed Ziqin very much. He was no longer polite with his words. You are a little guy with character. Don't worry, if you die, I will take care of Schenker. Bullshit! I don't need you to take care of me. Meng, she ignored Schenker and looked at Ziqin, who was about to leave. He said, seeing that you are in such a hurry to die, I will add flowers to the brocade. I happen to have a teleportation array here that can reach Shantian Prefecture. Oh, don't be in a hurry to refuse. In this vast Imperial Sky region, it seems to be the only teleportation array that can reach Shantian Prefecture. Ziqin stopped moving forward and turned to look at Meng Shi. With a complicated expression, he said, Then I will have to trouble you. Follow me. Meng Shi chuckled and led Ziqin and the others into the depths of the hall. In the meantime, Meng Shi opened a secret door, and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. The group went down. During this period, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very quiet. After descending for about a few hundred meters, Zichen saw many sealed stone rooms. There were a total of 7 of them. He guessed that there might be 7 teleportation arrays here that led to the 7 prefectures. The place you appeared at is a farm. The owner is called Old Farmer. If you see what is going on and need help to escape, you can ask him for help. Of course, he is usually very bored and will pay attention to the situation. The silence was broken by Meng Shi. He pushed open one of the stone rooms and gestured for everyone to enter. Zichen thanked him again and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. Manshur and the others followed closely behind. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. The remnant light of Meng Shi's teleportation array frowned and muttered to himself, "Could this be the variable they have been waiting for?" Zichen stared at Old Man Schenker. The latter revealed a complacent expression. There must be an important reason why the Wang family spent so much effort to kill him, who was only at the 7th layer. Schenker nodded and said proudly, "I have been managing Schenker's store for tens of thousands of years. The number of teleportation arrays I built during this period is unimaginable to them. They think they can kill me by destroying a few teleportation arrays. They are simply daydreaming. I was just playing with them before. As for the passage to the Jianwu continent, I certainly don't lack it." Obviously, the Wang family also knew about this matter. It was for this reason that they wanted to kill Old Man Schenker. However, it didn't matter whether they killed a mere 7th layer Schenker or not. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the teleportation array. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Man sure seemed impatient and eager to return. They had been here for long enough and didn't want to stay any longer. Schenker was startled. "Let's go now." Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "There are still some things I need to do. Let's wait for another day." On this day, Zichen returned to the world of dragons with his people. He came to say goodbye to Mu Shou. "Tell those forces that if the dragon boat reappears, don't board it." Mu Shou nodded and watched Zichen leave with his clansmen. "Let's meet again if fate wills it," said Zichen. "Let's meet again if fate wills it." Mu Shou and the natives watched Zichen disappear. When they returned to Schenker's restaurant, Schenker was fiddling with the teleportation array. He muttered, "It hasn't been activated for many years. It's almost rusted." After entering, Zichen said directly, "Old man, are you going with me this time? 8,000. Let's go together." Schenker raised his head in surprise. "Let's go together. It's not good to stay here and be schemed against. Come back to Shuntian Prefecture with me. I'll find a good place for you to enjoy the rest of your life." Schenker shook his head and said, "No, I'm needed here." "Don't flatter yourself. When the Thunder Dragon returns successfully and the rules of the world are repaired, the invaders will no longer have any advantage. This world will belong to the natives after all. They will take it back sooner or later. At that time, an old man like you will be torn apart." Schenker hesitated. He had stayed here for tens of thousands of years. This place was like his home. He was not used to leaving so suddenly. After all, this place is not the Jianwu continent, nor is it our world. "Come with me," Zichen persuaded him again. If what Zichen said was true, there would be no room for the invaders to develop in this world. All the invaders would retreat. It would be meaningless for Schenker to stay here. "Okay." Schenker nodded, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. He had been running this small restaurant for many years. It was his greatest achievement, but he had to give it up today. "Let's go. I'll open another small restaurant for you when we get back," Zichen said. He did not feel that Schenker's departure was a pity. Meng, she was reclining on a reclining chair, holding a small teapot in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and was absent-minded. Due to the recent changes in the situation, he spent most of his time at home, allowing the rain of swords and fire to fall outside. He closed the doors and windows, so that his ears could not hear what was going on outside. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light appeared in the room. There was also a strong aura in this light. This aura caused some of the decorations in the room to sway left and right. Some of the exquisite jade objects even fell to the ground and broke into pieces. What's going on? Meng, she suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his turbid eyes. The power around him spread out and froze the space around him. Time seemed to have stopped. All the jade artifacts that were about to fall froze in midair. The strong wind disappeared. The strong light dissipated. 5 men, 3 women, and 1 old man appeared in Meng Shi's room. I haven't seen you for many years. Old man, you really secretly made a breakthrough. As soon as he appeared, Shankar looked at Meng Shi and said. When Meng Shi saw Shankar, his eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. The previous space control disappeared in an instant. Cracking sounds rang out again. All kinds of jade artifacts that were frozen in midair fell to the ground and shattered. No longer feeling sorry for the jade artifacts, Meng Shi said in disbelief, Shankar, it's you. Why did you come out? Why can't I come out? I thought you were going to die of old age in there. Meng Shi stepped forward and gave Shankar a big hug. He then said with a smile, You set up the teleportation array in my house. This should be your life-saving method. Old man, you must have offended many people and are now being chased. Bullshit. Who in the world dares to chase after me? Shantian and the others recognized Meng Shi. It was this old man who had accepted the bribe and almost killed them. Zichen looked at Meng Shi with a smile on his face and called him senior. Oh, it's fine that you came back by yourself. But why did you bring a group of followers? Meng Shi narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. I say, you old man, be more polite. Who's a follower? Manshur, who was angry with Meng Shi, spoke rudely. Meng Shi glanced at Manshur and said with a strange smile, What a big temper. It's comparable to a sector lord. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. It's not proportional to your temper. Manshur was stunned. He wanted to go up and beat him, but he was immediately stopped by Wu Xia. You're wrong this time. These people are famous people in the battlefield of despair. Shankar explained. How famous? I only know this little guy. I don't know the others. Meng Shi pointed at Zichen and said, They all came back from the dragon boat. Shankar said, What, ancient dragon boat? Meng Shi's eyes flashed. He looked at Zichen and asked, You really came back alive? What happened on the dragon boat? Zichen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, I can answer this question later. I want to ask Senior if you know the recent movements of the Wang family. Meng Shi looked at Zichen and said, You also know about the Wang family. You didn't come out this time to meddle in other people's business. Zichen said seriously, It's everyone's responsibility to expel the foreign races. Meng Shi said disdainfully, Responsibility my ass. That's just a trick to trick children. But it's rare for you to be so hot-blooded. But I advise you not to throw your lives away. This time, the Wang family caught us off guard and gathered many experts. It's not something you can stop. Haha, I'm afraid the Shantian prefecture will change hands this time. That little guy Tang Nua is finished. Shantian prefecture, City Lord Tang Nua. Zichen said, The Wang family is targeting the Shantian prefecture, not the Imperial Sky region. Meng Shi glanced at Zichen in disdain and said, The Imperial Sky region is the 7 Prefecture Alliance. What right does a mere Wang family have to dare to touch the Imperial Sky region? Making a move on the Shantian Prefecture is already the limit. This is also because Tang Nua has been holding back a foreign race clan. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have anything to do with it. Zichen was surprised. Senior also knows that there are foreign races in the Shantian prefecture. Meng Shi said, As long as you're not an idiot, you know. Zichen didn't understand and asked, Since you know, why don't you work together to eradicate them? Kid, are you an idiot? Who would do something without benefits? Moreover, that foreign race clan has extraordinary battle prowess. Who would let their own experts die for nothing? Meng, she said earnestly, you're still too young. In this world, how can there be so many grievances? As long as there are enough benefits, humans and foreign races can become friends. Zichen couldn't refute this because he also had foreign race friends. Back then, he had even helped the foreign race Zhouya. However, he definitely didn't agree with this statement. It was true that benefits came first, but there must be a limit to everything. There must be a bottom line. Meng Shi and the others clearly knew that there were foreign races in the Shantian prefecture, but they had been watching from the side. In Zichen's opinion, this had already crossed the bottom line. Let's go. Zichen originally thought that Meng Shi was like him, someone with a bottom line, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. He was very disappointed and turned to leave. Brat, don't think that the Wang clan only brought some foreign races from the battlefield of despair this time. They are indeed a combat force, but they are not the main force. The real main force is the realm overlords, and there are even quite a number of minor perfection and great perfection existences. Perhaps you are not clear about the division of realms. But remember, be it minor perfection or great perfection, they're not something ordinary realm overlords can compare to. Other than realm overlords, there are also experts from the empty realm. They are the real main force. Zichen waved his hand and said, Senior, you don't need to worry about this. I'll leave Shankar with you first. If we can come back alive, I'll take him away. If we die, I'll have to trouble you as the realm lord to take care of him. I think you won't ask for benefits from us. Zichen appeared with a smile on his face. Back then, Meng Shi had helped him. Although Shantian and the others told him that Meng Shi had taken something from the Wang family, Zichen still believed that Meng Shi had no intention of harming them. But now, Meng Shi showed an indifferent attitude, which made Zichen very disappointed. He was no longer polite with his words. You're a little guy with character. Don't worry, if you die, I'll take care of Shankar. Bullshit, I don't need you to take care of me. Meng Shi ignored Shankar and looked at Zichen, who was about to leave. He said, seeing that you're in such a hurry to die, I'll just add flowers to the brocade. I happen to have a teleportation array here that can lead directly to Shantian Prefecture. Oh, don't be in a hurry to refuse. In this vast imperial sky region, it seems to be the only teleportation array that can lead directly to Shantian Prefecture. Zichen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Meng Shi. With a complicated expression, he said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Follow me. Meng Shi chuckled and led Zichen and the others into the depths of the hall. In the meantime, Meng Shi opened a secret door, and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. The group went down. During this period, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very quiet. After descending for about a few hundred meters, Zichen saw many sealed stone rooms. There were a total of 7 of them. He guessed that there might be 7 teleportation arrays here that led directly to the 7 prefectures. The place you appeared in is a farmer's house. The owner is called Old Farmer. If you see what's going on and need help to escape, you can ask him for help. Of course, he's usually very bored and will pay attention to the situation. The silence was broken by Meng Shi. He pushed open one of the stone rooms and gestured for everyone to enter. Zichen thanked him again and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. Manshur and the others followed closely behind. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. As for the remnant light of Meng Shi's teleportation array, he frowned and muttered to himself, Could this be the variable they've been waiting for? Chapter 1790. Behind Meng Shi, Shink said, You shouldn't have underestimated them. Meng Shi replied, I didn't underestimate them. But you are provoking them. Young people are impulsive. Only after being provoked can they erupt with greater strength. They are already very strong. Strong? They are just in the regional realm. They can't do anything at all. Meng Shi said indifferently, This time, I think Shantian Prefecture is doomed. Young Master Tian spent all day playing chess. I really don't know what's so good about a broken chess piece. If he had that time, he might as well ask for help. Now, the entire Shantian prefecture is going to be involved. I think his brain has already turned stupid from playing chess. Shantian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord Tang Nua's residence. It was the same chessboard as before. Tang Nua and young Master Tian sat on the two sides of the chessboard. The two were still playing chess. However, at this moment, the white chess piece had the upper hand, and the black chess piece was completely suppressed. The variable chess piece that was once on the chessboard had completely disappeared. The huge residence seemed too quiet at this moment. The tea in the teapot beside the two had already been poured out. However, no maidservant came to refill the tea. Time seemed to have returned to more than 100 years ago. Young Master Tian, who was holding the black chess piece, stared at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. Opposite young Master Tian sat Shantian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord Tang Nua. Today he wore battle armor and exuded an austere aura. There was a huge sword beside him. He looked like he was going to war. Looking at young Master Tian, who did not make a move for a long time, Tang Nua said slowly, "How long has it been since we played this game?" Young Master Tian was still dressed in white, untainted by dust. He said casually, "If we count the time of this game, it has been more than 100 years. If we count from before, it should be 19,000 years. 19,000 years. I have been the prefecture lord for exactly 19,000 years." Tang Nua sighed and said, "A game of chess for 19,000 years. During this period, there were victories and losses. There were endless variables and the calculations never stopped. Now, it is finally coming to an end." Young Master Tian said, "This game took too long. During this time, the chess pieces kept disappearing. It is indeed time to decide the victor. Everyone, since you are here, show yourselves." He, as expected of the heavenly young master who is even more proficient in the Tao of divination than the heavenly fate teller. "You actually predicted our appearance." A cold laugh came from the void, and a middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man appeared behind young Master Tian and in front of Tang Nua, but neither of them turned around or raised their heads. Tang Nua was on the white side, but his eyes were fixed on the black pieces. Young Master Tian had a black piece in his hand, but he did not put it down. I didn't expect that the first to appear would actually be someone from the Wang clan, the vice-regent lord of the Royal Heaven region, Wang Yuanshan. His cultivation base is already at the peak of the world overlord realm. Young Master Tian's words seemed to carry a strange magic. On the chessboard, a chess piece near the front suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. Vaguely, one could see the image of Wang Yuanshan within the chess pieces. Young Master Tian shook his head and said, "But you are only a chess piece in the end. I'm afraid you are not qualified to see my move." Hearing this, Wang Yuanshan stopped and looked at young Master Tian's back. His expression changed, but he did not dare to step forward. His eyes were filled with fear. "Although I am a chess piece, I am also the vanguard." At this moment, a ray of light lit up on the black chess piece. A ray of black light shot out from the chess piece and transformed into a human figure that appeared in front of Wang Yuanshan. This was a short but sturdy man with a long beard like a dwarf. He did not release a strong aura around him, but he blocked in front of Wang Yuanshan, who was already in the great perfection realm. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanshan's expression changed slightly as he said, "I didn't expect you to have such means." Tang Nuo remained silent. Young Master Tian said, 10,000 years is enough to nurture a great perfection. With the resources that the Shantian Prefecture Lord can mobilize, he can indeed nurture a sector Lord perfect circle without anyone knowing." Another indifferent voice sounded out, and another person appeared out of thin air. This was a tall and thin old man with a goatee, and he floated over in the air. Guest elder of the Zhou clan, Old Man Demu, at the minor perfection realm. If you don't have any good fortune, you will never be able to reach the great perfection realm. Young Master Tian's voice rang out again. Another white chess piece emitted a bright light. This white chess piece was placed slightly behind Wang Yuanshan. Humph! Old man Demu coldly snorted. He stood behind Wang Yuanshan and no longer moved forward. Tang Nua's gaze finally left the chessboard. He calmly said, "The other chess pieces come out. Could it be that you want to wait for your names to be called out one by one? None of you can leave the chessboard. Come out." Swish! Swish! Beams of light flashed as figures appeared one after another. Those who had the qualifications to appear here were naturally all at the World Overlord realm. They were all true World Overlords. This was a contest between a prefecture and two aristocratic clans. Those who came were all true experts. The people here were directly divided into 3 groups. The first group was at Wang Yuanshan's level at the Great Perfection Realm. They had 81 pure streams of world energy around them, forming a cycle of world energy. Other than Wang Yuanshan, there were 4 others. The second group was at the Lesser Perfection Realm. They only had 9 streams of world energy, forming a small cycle. There were a total of 12 of them. As for the third group, they were world overlords who had 9 streams of world energy and were unable to form a cycle. There were a total of 23 of them. These people were either from the Wang clan of the Royal Sky Domain or the Zhou clan of the Shun Tian Prefecture. At this moment, the 2 clans had joined hands and actually mobilized over 10 world overlords. This was definitely the full force of both clans. At this moment, on the chessboard in front of the prefecture lord, the white chess pieces lit up, emitting resplendent light. "We have a total of 40 people. What do you have?" The appearance of so many world overlords caused Wang Yuanshan to be filled with confidence. He couldn't help but ask the 2 people in front of him. Compared to the 40 world overlords here, the Shun Tian prefectures side only had a single person. It seemed very lonely. Wang Yuanshan smiled complacently and said, "I heard that in the past on your chessboard there were still existences at the level of heavy. I wonder if these chess pieces are all glowing. I wonder how many of these existences can be stored on your chessboard." As his voice faded, beams of light flashed in the entire prefecture, Lord's Mansion. Every beam of light was a human figure. After their figures appeared, they all released the aura of a 9th layer domain. There were no less than 200 of them, and every one of them was at the peak of the 9th layer. Among them were humans, Dax clan, Soul Devouring clan, Skeleton clan, Winged Bird clan, and other clans from the battlefield of despair. The Zhan Wu continent was a complete high-level world. The appearance of these foreign clans wasn't restricted by the rules. Compared to the Soul Devouring clan, this world was indescribably wonderful. It was comparable to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Young Master Tian didn't even turn his head and said, "In the past there were indeed heavy ones. There were even 1 or 2 layers. However, the final battle is imminent, and the final battle strength will be displayed. My chess board naturally needs to be upgraded again. Those who aren't on the board aren't even considered cannon fodder." Wang Yuanshan said coldly, with a big tone, "Not even considered cannon fodder. You should know that they all came from the battlefield of despair. There are many experts on the rankings among them. Once they act, they can slaughter all the cultivators in Shun Tian Prefecture in a single day, turning this city into a ghost town." Young Master Tian shook his head and ignored Wang Yuanshan. He continued, "Since the chess pieces have appeared, why haven't the players appeared? Could it be that they'll only appear after I make my move?" Wang Yuanshan continued, "The situation is clear. If you don't have a backup plan, you'll definitely die. What's the point of others not appearing?" Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, "Even if they're fully prepared, they're still so cautious. In fact, it should be said that they're timid. They're afraid that we have other trump cards, so they want to see all the black pieces." Wang Yuanshan was silent. Obviously, he agreed. Young Master Tian waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you want to see, I'll fulfill your wish." After saying that, he waved his hand and drew a line on the chessboard. There weren't many black pieces in the first place, but they disappeared in the next moment. At this moment, the entire chessboard was filled with white pieces except for 2 black pieces. Such a scene was out of everyone's expectations. Wang Yuanshan was even more stunned. Then he laughed out loud. "Haha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is." After 19,000 years of competition, both sides have suffered endless casualties. No one has taken the initiative, and it can be said that both sides are evenly matched. But after all, you're still newcomers. Moreover, you started the competition as soon as you arrived. You lack the most fundamental foundation. In the continuous competition, you've stopped our development, but at the same time, you've also suppressed your development. It's really not easy to have 2 chess pieces on the board. Wang Yuanshan's analysis was not baseless. Although Tang Nua had the support of the entire Shantian prefecture, the foundation of the Shantian prefecture was each family and each city. They all had their own will and wishes, and did not belong to Tang Nua alone. In terms of cohesion, Tang Nua was weaker than these 2 families. In addition, both sides were constantly competing and various geniuses were constantly dying. It was as if they were moving forward in parallel, and there was no progress at all. In these years, the 2 families developed slowly, and there were not many powerful existences. The Shantian prefecture, where Tang Nua was the same. Even if Wang Yuanshan had already pointed it out, the existence in the dark still did not appear. It could be seen that even if the other party only had 2 chess pieces, they were still afraid. "Forget it. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see." As young Master Tian's voice fell, the second black chess piece released a bright light, and then turned into a tall and thin man. As soon as he appeared, there was a mountain-like aura emerging. Under this aura, even the great perfection stage was moved. Wang Yuanshan, who was very proud of himself before, after seeing this person, his expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Long Fei, it's actually you! Didn't you leave? Why are you here in the Shantian prefecture?" Back then, in the isolated battlefield, Long Fei was the number 1 for 10,000 years, and Wang Yuanshan was the number 2 for 10,000 years. Knowing that he could not be stronger than Long Fei, Wang Yuanshan took the initiative to leave the battlefield of despair and came to the Zhanwu continent to develop. Now, Wang Yuanshan was at the great perfection stage, and Long Fei was only at the small perfection stage. But looking at Wang Yuanshan's appearance, he was very afraid of Long Fei. Long Fei glanced at Wang Yuanshan and said indifferently, "Of course, I'm here to return the favor from back then." Back then, Long Fei was the same as Zichen. As soon as he entered the city, he was oppressed by power. At that time, Tang Nua, who was ranked first, just happened to be out of the city. Chapter 1791. On the chessboard at the moment, the white pieces had the upper hand, and there were only 2 black pieces left. Turning the chess pieces into combat power, the Shantian house only had 1 great completion and 1 lesser completion. Long Fei's appearance made Wang Yuanshan, who was at great completion, pale, but this was purely because of the psychological trauma from the battlefield of despair and had nothing to do with fear or combat power. The difference in both numbers and combat power between the 2 sides was huge, and they were not on the same level at all. Rumor has it that young Master Tian's chessboard is a treasure, and it can sense all the means of the opponent during the game. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. A loud laugh was heard, and an old man appeared directly next to the chessboard. He stood at the side of the chessboard like a bystander, carefully looking at the game of chess, and was very satisfied. "Player, Zhou Kong, Realm of Empty Realm." Tang Nua glanced at the old man and said faintly, "That's right. Over the years we have played many games, and the difference between winning and losing was not big. But in these 200 years, you have obviously had the upper hand and ruined many of our plans." Zhou Kong nodded and said, "He was obviously the one who was at a disadvantage, but there was no trace of depression on his face, and instead there was a sense of pride. However, you have also expended quite a bit of energy. Looking at the Go game now, it seems that we have been too impatient. Otherwise, in a few more years, you might not even have a single Go piece. However, this is not bad either. You only have 2 Go pieces. Let's see what you can do. Not 2, but 3, Yizichin said. Another voice was heard in the dark, and then an old woman in a long robe appeared. Her pair of small but sharp eyes stared at the shining black piece in young Master Tian's hand. Player, Zhou Chuanling, the previous head of the Zhou family, an empty realm cultivator. As everyone knows, young Master Tian is not only proficient in the way of games, but he is also best at innate calculation. He is known as a senior brother, who is admired by fortune-tellers. I think this piece has not been placed yet because he is waiting for a variable. When Zhou Onkong heard this, his gaze fell back on young Master Tian. He said, "Oh, so it's a variable chess piece. I thought it was just an ordinary chess piece. But so what? I don't believe that a mere variable chess piece can change the overall situation. It can even make the scattered Shantian prefecture instantly come together." Another voice came from the darkness. "Even if the variable has the ability to do so, if you don't place your piece, you'll miss everything." It was apparent that a third mighty one from the empty realm had appeared. The opponent was Wang Huangkue, the previous head of the Wang clan. As soon as he appeared, he stood beside the chessboard and looked at the chessboard with satisfaction. This was a middle-aged man who stood with his hands behind his back and a slightly arrogant expression on his face. The 3 of them ignored Tang Nua and looked at young Master Tian. Zhou Onkong sighed and said, "Whether this piece is placed or not, the outcome is already decided." Roar! An enraged roar filled the entire mansion, causing it to tremble. Beneath the chessboard, a violent aura surged out, causing the ground to tremble. It was as if some ferocious creature was about to burst out of the ground. "Humph!" Tang Nua snorted coldly. His heavy voice carried a powerful penetrating force as it went straight to the ground. The roar stopped in an instant, and the ground stopped trembling. Everything returned to normal. The old woman, Zhou Chuanling, took a look at Tang Nua and said indifferently, "You can no longer suppress the seal. In our eyes, you're just a piece of trash. The only thing you can rely on is young Master Tian, but we all know that he only knows how to calculate and not fight. He's practically a piece of trash. Do you think he can take on 3 of us at once?" The middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Even if you still have a variable chess piece on you, it's too late. The entire mansion has been locked down. Even the empty realm will not be able to come in for a while, let alone the realm lords. You've lost this game." Seeing that the situation was indeed so, Tang Nua looked at young Master Tian and said, "Brother Tian, we have to admit defeat." Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, "You are wrong, Chief. You and I have been playing games for years, waiting for this day. How can we admit defeat so easily?" As soon as he finished, the black chess piece in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Such an unforeseen event caused everyone's expression to change. Their gazes fell on the chess piece. Faintly, they could hear the roar of a dragon coming from the chess piece. Everyone looked at the black chess piece. A confident smile appeared on young Master Tian's face as he said, "This is the variable of the past. It has finally been activated again." The black chess piece in young Master Tian's hand shone even more brightly. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Tian placed his chess piece. This black chess piece appeared on the chessboard and once again emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, 7 more black chess pieces appeared beside this black chess piece. At this moment, there were 10 black chess pieces on the chessboard. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression immediately changed. Their gazes were fixed on the variable black chess piece. On the black chess piece, there was a faint shadow of a dragon flashing. The black chess piece had turned into a dragon. Just as the black chess piece in young Master Tian's hand shone brightly, Zichen and the others appeared in a private residence in Shantian Prefecture. As soon as they appeared, they looked at the sky above Shantian Prefecture and felt emotional. When they left, they were still very weak. When they returned, each of them had the strength to fight against a realm lord. The entire Shantian Prefecture was still very lively. The sound of hawking continued, and there was no sign of danger at all. There's no danger. Man sure scratched his head and spread out his spiritual sense, but he did not find anything unusual. When everyone turned around again, there was already an old man in linen clothes standing behind them. He carried a hoe on his back and looked like an old farmer who had just returned from the fields. "Welcome to my house." The old farmer put down the hoe with a simple and honest smile on his face. To be able to appear behind everyone without a sound. He was obviously not an ordinary farmer. Zichen went up and bowed. The old farmer did not decline and accepted the bow right away. Then he asked, "What do you want to know?" Zichen said the current situation of Shantian Prefecture. The old farmer waved his hand and motioned for everyone to return to the house. After everyone sat down, he said, "Everything is normal in Shantian Prefecture. There is no situation." Zichen asked again, "What about the prefecture, Lord's residence?" "The prefecture Lord's residence is sealed by a powerful energy. Those below the empty realm cannot enter at all." The problem was indeed in the prefecture Lord's residence. Zichen believed that all those people had already entered, and the final battle must have been fought there. However, he could not help but gasp when he learned that those below the empty realm could not enter. After pondering for a moment, Zichen asked again, "I want to know what is happening in the prefecture Lord's residence." As early as a month ago, Prefecture Lord Tangnua dismissed all the experts in the residence. Now, in such a large residence, there are no more than 5 people who belong to Prefecture Lord Tangnua. 5. Zichen's expression changed when he heard that. He knew that the Wang family had gathered hundreds of people just from the 9th tier foreign races. That's right, there are no more than 5. Just 5 days ago, a group of people sneaked into Shantian Prefecture and were then hidden by great powers. These people should be in the Prefecture Lord's residence at this moment. How many people are there? If we don't count the hundreds of strange-looking domain realm cultivators, there should be nearly 40 realm lords. As for whether there are any empty realm cultivators, I'm not sure. Everyone could not help but gasp when they heard that. Nearly 40 realm lords. That was a terrifying combat power. This is too unbelievable. So far, I haven't seen a single realm lord. How did dozens appear all of a sudden? Man sure said with his eyes wide open. How can you say you haven't seen them before? Those in the depths of the world were also realm lords. That's different. I've never seen a realm lord of the Zhanmu continent. Ignoring the bickering of the two at the moment, Zichen pondered for a moment and asked, "Since Senior is so well informed, I think you must have a way to send us into the prefecture Lord's residence. Get ready to go in." The old farmer said in surprise, "Since you dared to come here, you must have some confidence. But I want to remind you that your opponents are not domain realm cultivators, but realm lords. Other than realm lords, there are also powerful empty realm cultivators. At your level, you will only be cannon fodder if you go in." "If that's the case, Senior, you can send us in," Zichen said. The old farmer sighed and said, "You have to think about it carefully. You will die if you go in. If you want to leave now, I can send you out." Zichen shook his head and said, "I've already thought about it." The old farmer looked at the others. "You guys won't be foolishly going to your deaths, right?" Manshur said in a clear voice, "We would rather die in battle than live like cowards." "Very well, come with me." The old farmer nodded with a calm expression on his face. There was no admiration or regret. He led everyone to a teleportation array and said, "This is a one-time teleportation array. Once you go in, you will not be able to come back. You only have one chance. Think about it carefully. There's no need to think about it. Let's go. Zi-Chen stepped into the teleportation array and activated it. Man-Sure and the others followed. Everyone was still staring at the 8 chess pieces. In the next moment, 8 beams of light flew out of them. Immediately after, 8 people suddenly appeared on the scene. Everyone's eyes almost subconsciously fell on the 8 people. Then, their faces were filled with surprise and shock. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of disbelief. The 3 empty realm cultivators were all stunned. Even with their composure, they immediately lost their composure after seeing the 8 people at this moment. It was not that the 8 people were too strong. On the contrary, even if all 8 of them were at the peak of the realm of sector lords, they would not be surprised and would not lose their composure like this. That was because young Master Tian's path of divination was very strong, and it was said that it surpassed the path of heavenly divination. However, the 8 people's realms were too low, so low that they could only be used as cannon fodder for existences at the realm of sector lords. Those at the domain realm were indeed cannon fodder, and they could only be cannon fodder. Zhou Ankong turned to look at young Master Tian. He, who knew the other party's methods of divination, asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that these are the variables you were talking about?" Young Master Tian nodded and said, "Of course I'm sure. These are the variables I was talking about. There will always be discrepancies in any divination. I didn't expect the hidden dragon to be hibernating." Chapter 1792. Zhou Ankong was stunned and said, "So, you admit that the deduction has failed and the variables are no longer useful?" Tian Gongzi was silent. Under such circumstances, silence naturally meant consent. "Huh." Zhou Ankong could no longer hold it in and laughed. Then the laughter began to spread, and the other 2 empty realm masters also laughed. Tian Gongzi's deduction had obviously failed, and the final variable was just a mere regional realm, which was a nonsensical variable. A mere 8 domain realm masters could be killed by sending a realm lord. The realm lord was extremely fearful of young Master Tian. At this moment, when he saw how his Tao of evolution was actually like this, he laughed out loud. Even those foreign races who were very nervous earlier couldn't help but laugh at this moment. However, the laughter didn't last long, and suddenly there was a cry of surprise. "Zi-Chen, it's Zi-Chen." "It's Zi-Chen. I've seen him before. It's definitely him." How could it be him? Didn't he step onto the dragon boat and enter the depths of the world? Why is he here? He came back alive, but why is he still in the domain realm? These foreign races no longer laughed, but their expressions changed drastically, and all kinds of exclamations rose and fell. There were many realm lords in the field, and there were even some from the empty realm. But after these foreign races saw him, they didn't lose their composure like before. However, after seeing Zi-Chen, they all lost their composure, because Zi-Chen's fame was too great, so great that he was almost an invincible existence in the battlefield of despair. These exclamations immediately reached the ears of the realm lords, and for a moment, many of their expressions changed, and their gazes fell on Zi-Chen again. Anyone who had entered the battlefield of despair knew the significance of the ancient dragon boat. No one could return, and they didn't have the courage or strength to board the boat, but they didn't expect to see someone return alive this time. Hearing the discussion, Long Fei turned around in confusion and saw Zi-Chen at a glance, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect that the variable that Tian Gongzi had been praising was actually him. It had only been 100 years since they last met, and he had grown to such an extent. Zi-Chen and the others appeared, and while they still didn't understand the situation, mocking laughter came from all around. Those sector lord-level existences emitted an aura that made them feel suffocated. Zi-Chen looked around, wanting to see someone he was familiar with. Suddenly he saw Long Fei, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "Lord Long Fei, why are you here?" When Man-Sure and the others heard this, they all looked at Long Fei with curious gazes, looking at this legend of the battlefield of despair. Before Zichen's rise, they would often hear of Long Fei's name. Back then, Zichen was also crowned as the second Long Fei. Long Fei nodded at Zichen. After that, Zichen turned his head again, looked at young Master Tian and Palace Master Tang Nua, and bowed respectfully. The two of them nodded in response. There was no disappointment on their faces. Instead, there was relief. His gaze swept past the dozens of sector lords and finally landed on the 5 great perfection realm experts and 3 empty realm experts. Zichen said embarrassedly, "We don't seem to be of much help." "You're Zichen, don't flatter yourself. Not to mention not being of much help. You can't even help with a small matter. You're purely here to die." A cold voice sounded, and Wang Yuanshan looked at him coldly. Zichen looked back at Wang Yuanshan and said indifferently, "You're Wang Yuanshan trying to get people to deal with me in the battlefield of despair." "That's right, I killed your son." Wang Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, "Then you deserve to die even more. Your Huping City will also disappear because of your stupidity." Zichen didn't fear Wang Yuanshan at all, and his fighting spirit rose. He said, "Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it later. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. I wonder what Zichen can do now." Young Master Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's watch the show first." Zichen nodded, then retreated and stood behind Long Fei. Roar! A roar came from the ground again, and even the entire mansion was trembling. The baleful aura kept on surging. "No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to get out. Just stay here peacefully." Tang Nua's cold voice sounded, and a surge of energy was injected into the ground. At this moment, within 100 meters of the ground, lines of light began to shine. This light turned into a seal, and the entire ground became quiet again. Zichen and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect there to be something underground. Looking at the lines of light, it was obviously a seal that sealed a ferocious creature. Cough, 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 cough. Amidst the coughing, an old man suddenly appeared. He was holding a walking stick in his hand, and his back was hunched. He was so old that he almost couldn't walk. Leaning on the walking stick, he shakily came to the side of the chessboard and coughed again. "I'm old, and I can't walk anymore." Every time he coughed, it was as if a heavy hammer was pounding on his heart. Zichen's expression changed drastically, and his face was filled with shock. It was obvious that if the other party wanted to, just a cough could shatter his heart. Looking at the side, Manshur and the others, as well as the realm lords, were all pale. Only Great Fulfillment and Great Fulfillment were safe and sound. How strong was this old man? He was definitely not from the empty realm. Zichen secretly guessed. Young Master Tian's expression changed as well. He turned his head to look at the old man who seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan and could die at any moment. He said respectfully, "I didn't expect that even you would come personally." The old man smiled and said, "Thanks to you, my main body strength is quickly depleting. Taking advantage of the loosening of the seal, I came here to bring my main body back. Speaking of which, if I didn't come to bring my main body back, this old man would be buried in the ground." Young Master Tian said again, "Actually, why are you so stubborn? You are yourself and only yourself. Your main body is of a foreign race." Zichen's expression changed. He guessed that the other party came for the thing underground. Now he could be sure that the thing underground was of a foreign race. And this old man, who even he couldn't see through, seemed to be a clone of a foreign race. The old man said, "But if my main body dies, I will die too." "This is just your wishful thinking. Actually, if my main body dies, you will live better. Everything now is just my main body's final struggle. Haha, this is just your guess. I am old and afraid of death, so I don't dare to gamble. I only know that if my main body dies, I may die, but as long as my main body is alive, I will live better." Young Master Tian bowed slightly and said, "It seems that I still can't convince you. Since you are here, the other one must be here too. Seeing you little guys grow up, This old woman is very gratified. Speaking of which, I watched you all grow up. I really don't want to be enemies with you." Another old voice was heard. Another old man with a cane appeared. This time it was an old woman. She was so old that she could barely walk. However, to be able to appear here out of thin air and speak in such a tone, there was naturally someone who surpassed the empty realm. Zi Chen and the others watched all of this quietly, not even daring to breathe. They thought that being invincible in the battlefield of despair was already very powerful. However, looking at the situation before them, they found that their invincibility was at the bottom. The old woman walked to the other side of the chessboard, trembling. Young Master Tian immediately got up and bowed respectfully to the old woman. His attitude was much more respectful than when he was with the old man. The old woman nodded in return. Tang Nua, who had not moved all this while, also got up immediately. After bowing respectfully, he shouted, "Tang Nua greets teacher." As soon as those words came out, more than half of the people present were stunned. Zi Chen even opened his eyes wide and looked at all of this in disbelief. "Teacher, this old woman was actually Tang Nua's teacher. That was too unbelievable." The old woman hugged her body and looked up at the tall Tang Nua. She seemed to be having a hard time. Tang Nua quickly bowed. The old woman said, "My good student, you've made your teacher very sad." Tang Nua remained silent. There was a hint of guilt on his face, but more than that, there was determination. "I've been training you since you were young. My goal was to make you the head of Shantian Prefecture, but you actually strengthened the seal of your main body after becoming the head of the prefecture, preventing it from breaking out. This has been a hindrance for nearly 20,000 years. You're right, teacher. I, Tang Nua, am indebted to you for teaching me your skills. However, my main body is cruel and violent. Once it appears, the entire Shantian Prefecture will be bathed in blood. I hope you can understand my difficulties, teacher. The demon of my main body is not something that can be released." The old woman kept knocking on the ground with her cane and said angrily, "You mean to say that I'm a demon too? Teacher, why put the blame on yourself? You're actually a spiritual body that has long escaped the control of your main body. You are yourself, and you have nothing to do with your main body. But now your teacher is about to die, and you're not going to save me. Brother Tian has deduced many times, when your main body dies, you will be free. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Tian. The head of the prefecture is right. I can guarantee that you'll be fine." The old woman said with dissatisfaction, "Do I believe your guarantee or your deductions? For nearly 20,000 years, you guys have been suppressing us and trying to kill your main body. We've been severely restrained, and now we've finally done our best to prepare for a battle. But in the end, you've only brought out a few people. Is this what a battle of life and death looks like? Look at your deductions. You've actually pinned your hopes on some people in the domain." Looking at young Master Tian's embarrassed expression, the old woman said, "All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you guys anymore. The situation is clear. If you guys release your main body now, I won't make things difficult for you." Tang Nua shook his head and said, "If I release my main body, Shantian Prefecture will be bathed in blood, and everyone will die." Zhou Onkong of the Empty Realms said, "So what? You don't even care about your life and death now. Shantian Prefecture has abandoned you. Why do you care about their life and death? If the huge Shantian Prefecture could be as strong as an iron plate, do you think we'd come?" Tang Nua said, "It's not as strong as an iron plate now, but it will be in the future." Zhou Onkong said, "Do you think that's possible? Isn't Tiger God Mountain known as the cradle of higher life forms? Why didn't they come to help you this time? Aren't there many higher life forms in other places of Shantian Prefecture? Any one of them is a powerful realm lord. Why didn't they come to help?" Tang Nua shook his head and said, "No matter what, my main body can't leave." The old woman said angrily, "So, you insist on starting a war. Are you saying that with just the few of you, You still can't see the situation clearly? The old woman looked back at Zichen and the others and said, I see that their talents are good and their future achievements are limitless. This little guy is even more so. Do you want me to kill them now? As she spoke, a cold, murderous intent locked onto Zichen. This murderous intent locked onto him, but it seemed to have completely imprisoned Zichen, making him unable to move at all, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zichen believed that if the old woman made a move, he would die in an instant. Chapter 1793. The woman in the air quietly laid down. Her body emitted a holy light that illuminated this space. She was a peerless beauty, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was quietly sleeping, but no one would have the heart to profane her. Her eyes opened, her eyelashes trembling. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with a hazy light, like a sleeping beauty who had just woken up. Who is it that woke me up? Her voice was ethereal, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. Her long eyelashes trembled, and a bright light gradually appeared in her hazy eyes. She had completely awakened and was quietly sitting in the air. She was cold and elegant, and her entire person was even more holy. So it's him. Her red lips moved slightly, her beauty moving. After deducing the cause and effect, she slightly raised her willow leaf-like eyebrows. It's really troublesome to wake me up now. A hint of resentment and dissatisfaction appeared on her face, adding some vitality to her. Her every frown and smile seemed to be able to cause chaos, causing heaven and earth to lose their color. After a slight hesitation, her figure disappeared into the void, facing the old woman's killing intent. Although Zichen couldn't move his body, his mind was working rapidly. The current situation was basically clear. Under Tang Nua's feet, there was a foreign race old monster sealed underground. It was unknown what method this old monster used to create two clones. These two clones were relatively powerful. One of them was the Wang clan's old ancestor, the one who established the Wang clan of the Royal Heaven region. The other one was the Zhou clan's old ancestor, the one who established the Zhou clan and occupied half of the Shantian prefecture. The Zhou clan's old ancestor was Tang Nua's master. He nurtured Tang Nua from a young age so that Tang Nua could one day break the seal and rescue his original body after becoming the prefecture lord. However, who would have thought that after Tang Nua successfully became the city lord, not only did he not break the seal, he even strengthened the seal. After that, he used the Shantian prefecture as the overall situation with the Zhou clan and fought for 19,000 years. Now, the seal underground had loosened, and the foreign race old monster was about to die from the seal. However, he thought of a way to summon the old ancestors of the two great clans and used a secret method to greatly reduce their lifespans. The two of them had no choice but to gather experts and fight to the death here. This was a truly high-level battle, a high-level battle. It could be said to be the largest battle of sector masters in Shantian Prefecture in the past 20,000 years. Because Zichen had heard that the Wang family had gathered so many foreign cultivators, he was worried about the people of the world. Ignoring the advice of others, he brought his men and forced his way here. Things were that simple. What followed was a battle of life and death. However, the old woman didn't act according to common sense. Her first move was to kill Zichen. Tang Nua remained silent in the face of the old woman's threat. He had no intention of stopping her. Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said politely, "As long as you are willing, you can kill everyone here as you please." The old woman swept her eyes over Zichen. The difference in combat strength between the two of them could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth, between an adult cultivator and a newborn baby. Regardless of whether it was a foreign race or a human, it was a matter of face. If there was no one around, it would be fine to kill him. But now, in front of so many sector lords and domain realm experts, how could someone as powerful as her make a move? Moreover, if news of this spread, It would be very bad for her reputation. The old woman snorted and said, "Since you are so stubborn, I can only kill you one by one. Who will be the first to kill him?" The old woman looked at Ziqin and decided that he would be the first to die. Under normal circumstances, facing Ziqin, a domain realm expert would naturally be the first to come. However, there were hundreds of domain realm experts present. There were humans and foreign races, but not a single one of them took the initiative to step forward. Everyone present looked at Ziqin with deep fear in their eyes. Ziqin wasn't very famous here, but he was definitely a tyrant in the battlefield of despair. As people from the battlefield of despair, how would they dare to take the initiative to find trouble with this tyrant? Seeing that no one stepped forward, the old woman, who was already in a bad mood, had an ugly expression on her face. She swept a glance over the Wang family members and said, "Didn't you say that you would find powerful experts who aren't afraid of death? Why are they all trash?" Her words were very rude, but when those domain realm experts heard it, they didn't even dare to show their anger. In the battlefield of despair, there were naturally existences who weren't afraid of death, and they didn't fear anyone. However, this didn't include Ziqin. Ziqin was infamous. When he first entered the 9th level, he was able to kill powerhouses on the commander list. When he was in the middle of the 9th level, he was able to become the first on the commander list. Now he was at the peak of the 9th level. Wang Yuanshan's expression was very ugly. He swept his gaze over those domain realm experts. His eyes were very sharp, as if to say, "I paid the price for you to work, not to stand guard. I'll do it." A cold voice rang out. An existence, shrouded in a black robe, appeared. This was a member of the Soul Devourer clan. During the time he had been in the Jianwu continent, he had relied on his innate ability to deeply understand the rules of the Jianwu continent. At this moment, he was the nemesis of all the natives of the Jianwu continent. This was also the source of his confidence. In the battlefield of despair, your battle strength was unparalleled. I want to see if your battle strength is still as strong when you return to this world. The Soul Devourer clan walked towards Ziqin, and the soul power around him began to surge. Now, Ziqin's opponent was no longer a domain realm expert. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the opponent, and he didn't want to waste time. The danger in front of him also represented an opportunity that he had to seize. Therefore, he stretched out his hand, formed a sword with 2 fingers, and pointed forward. Chi, a ray of golden sword chi, appeared from the tip of his finger and went straight towards the Soul Devourer clan. "It's useless." The Soul Devourer clan sneered. All physical attacks were useless against him. The soul power around him surged as he prepared to disintegrate. But suddenly, an even stronger power shot out from the golden sword chi, directly locking onto and imprisoning him, just like how the old woman's killing intent had imprisoned Ziqin. Uft! The sword chi pierced through the Soul Devourer clan's forehead. The latter's body trembled and then dissipated into soul power. The battle was over. Seeing the peak 9th level Soul Devourer clan die, the other domain realm experts' expressions changed. The wariness in their eyes turned into fear. Even the domain lords looked at Ziqin in surprise. They didn't expect Ziqin to win so easily. Trash! The old woman snorted with dissatisfaction. After losing the first battle, the other Wang family experts were also embarrassed. Young Master Tian and Tang Nua were still indifferent, as if they had already guessed the outcome. Long Fei appeared to be a little surprised, while the short, great perfection deity in front of him was indifferent. Ziqin glanced at the domain realm experts, who didn't dare to look at him at all. They either lowered their heads or deliberately avoided his gaze. Ziqin smiled disdainfully and said, "Since you said you're trash, then don't come up to die. Since I'm called a variable, you should at least arrange an opponent at the domain lord level for me." His words were arrogant and made many people unhappy. Wang Yuanshan mocked. "Do you think you can deal with a domain lord just because you killed a domain realm expert? What do you think a domain lord is?" Ziqin replied indifferently, "Of course I'm an enemy." Do you think I'm a sparring partner? What a sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yuanshan was angry and waved his hand. A domain lord walked out from behind. He looked at Zi-chan emotionlessly, as if he was looking at a dead man. He said indifferently, "Don't think you're the only one who stayed in the land of despair. I also came out from there." Zi-chin didn't like to hear this. There were too many people who stayed in the land of despair. But could they be on the same level? Speaking of which, even Long Fei wasn't on the same level as Zi-chin, let alone these unknown people. Die. The opponent didn't waste time. After stepping forward, pure domain force surged around him and he attacked Zi-chin. Although there was only one domain force, it was still powerful and terrifying. Zi-chin stood in place and didn't move. He stared at the incoming attack. Because of his field of vision, this attack didn't have the illusion that it was slow. It was fast and powerful. However, Zi-chin still didn't have any intention of dodging. He didn't even put up a defense. He just stared at the domain force attack like a fool. Is he an idiot? Why isn't he dodging? He's just courting death. It's not that he doesn't want to dodge, but he can't. As expected, the difference between a domain lord and a domain lord is like heaven and earth. He can kill a peak domain lord, but in front of a domain lord he can't resist at all. Some domain lords in the distance were discussing softly. As for the other experts present, they were silent. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. They couldn't understand why Zi-chin didn't dodge. There was only one domain force. It was impossible that he couldn't dodge. However, when the attack landed on Zi-chin, Zi-chin still didn't dodge. Bang! When the domain force hit Zi-chin, Zi-chin still didn't move. He allowed his body to retreat. At the same time, the domain force entered his body and wantonly destroyed the vitality in Zi-chen's body. However, Zi-chen's defense was too strong. A mere domain force couldn't cause any effective damage to him. The destroyed life force was also constantly being repaired. With this attack, Zi-chen retreated 20 meters. There wasn't a trace of injury on his body. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. When they were in this realm, they wouldn't dare to block the domain lord's attack like this. The domain lord in front was also shocked. He looked at Zi-chen in disbelief. Although the attack just now didn't use his full strength, it was definitely a domain lord's attack. However, Zi-chen was unscathed. Long Fei's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Tian and Tang Nua were still expressionless. The faces of the two progenitors darkened further. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the dwarf. Zi-chen rubbed his chest under the gazes of the crowd. He walked up and stood in the same position as before. He said, "Your strength should be more than this, right? You're still lacking. Come again. Go to hell." The domain lord was furious. This time he directly attacked with 3 domain forces. This force was very strong and fast. It almost instantly arrived in front of Zi-chen. Bang! Zi-chen's body was directly sent flying. No one knew if he deliberately didn't resist, or if he really couldn't resist in time. After this strike, blood trickled down Zi-chen's mouth. 3 deep wounds appeared on his chest, and within those wounds, there were waves of world force wreaking havoc and vitality. Zi-chen gritted his teeth and stood up while enduring the pain. All of his spiritual sense was placed on the domain force. He quietly observed, experienced, and comprehended. He hadn't been able to break through. Today, he wanted to use this method to take that final step. He slowly walked forward. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he shook his head and said, "You're still lacking. A mere domain lord is only SOSO." Everyone looked at Zi-chen strangely, who didn't dodge or defend in a fight. Moreover, he deliberately provoked him with words. Wasn't this purely courting death? The domain lord in front was furious. He completely mobilized the domain force in his body. There were a total of 5 domain forces. He directly launched his strongest attack. Boom! Zichen drew a line of blood in the air. The bones in his body kept breaking. When he fell to the ground, his chest was already badly mutilated. No one understood why Zichen did this, but when everyone was confused, he said, "I understand." Chapter 1794. After taking 3 consecutive hits from the Realm Lord, he didn't defend or dodge. He used his body to take it head-on. Zichen's actions had already confused everyone. No one could understand what Zichen was doing. What was the point of doing this? He was simply courting death. Obviously, it was impossible. No one would foolishly court death. The stronger one was, the more they cherished their lives. But if he wasn't courting death, why didn't he defend or dodge? Could it be that he wanted to use the pressure to break through to the Realm Lord realm in one go? This was even more impossible because there would be an excess of realm power during this period. Everyone was puzzled. Their faces were filled with confusion. This included the city lord and young Master Tian who could deduce, as well as the 2 old ancestors and the 3 empty realms. Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand, but Zichen said that he understood. This made everyone even more confused and puzzled. The last 2 realm powers were currently wreaking havoc in Zichen's body, forcefully destroying Zichen's life force. Zichen, on the other hand, was feeling this pure realm force. He could even feel the attribute of this realm force. It was a very ordinary elemental law. It was just one of the forces of nature. This realm power's attribute was too ordinary. Its attack was obviously insufficient. While sensing this realm power, Zichen was thinking about how to destroy this power. This was also his original intention when he comprehended the rules. Unequal rules needed to be destroyed. Unequal rules also needed to be abolished. This was the original intention of destroying the rules. Now, destroying the rules needed to level up, but Zichen hadn't found the right way. The appearance of the realm power was a new kind of power. How should he destroy it when inequality appeared? In Zichen's body, this power was wreaking havoc. His destruction rules couldn't stop it, nor could they stop it, because this was a power of higher quality and a higher level. At this moment, Zichen needed a realm power to destroy this realm power, just like how his family relied on their power to suppress him. If he didn't want this to happen again, other than becoming stronger, he also needed his opponents to become weaker, strengthen himself and destroy the opponent's foundation. This was the destruction rules back then. But now, a difficult path was placed in front of Zichen, and that was that there was no destructive realm power in this world. That was why he couldn't sense it even after so long. While his body was constantly being destroyed, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses continued to operate. He didn't put up any form of defense, instead suppressing his body's powerful regenerative abilities to the lowest possible level, allowing the realm force to wreak havoc within his body. At this moment, Zichen was prepared to use death to stimulate himself. What should he do without the destructive realm force? This was something that did not exist in this world. So how could one comprehend it? If he couldn't comprehend it, Zichen would die here. How to resolve the crisis of life and death? How to break through the realm force? This was the problem that Zichen was facing. Death was approaching. Zichen could sense that many parts of his body's vitality had been destroyed, but he continued suppressing his perfect body as his mind rapidly circulated. He wanted to break out of this situation. At this moment of life and death, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across Zichen's spiritual sea, and 2 words appeared. Create. There was originally no law of destruction in this world, but Zichen had forcefully created the law of destruction based on his experiences and comprehended many laws. Now, it was the same principle when it came to the realm force. Since there was no destructive realm force, he could only create it. There was no path in this world to begin with, but it would become a path when many people walked on it. There was no destructive realm force in this world to begin with. If one created it and used it, it would be destructive realm force. In an instant, Zi-Chun was enlightened. In the monk's words, "Patron, you have an epiphany. Patron, you were wrong in the past." Why did he insist on comprehending this world's destructive realm force? The destructive realm force, he knew, didn't exist in this world at all. He could only create it himself. Next, you will be the destructive realm force. The energy in Zi-Chen's body began to circulate as one realm force after another appeared. This was the realm force that Zi-Chun had comprehended back then, the realm force that belonged to this world. After these realm forces appeared, they gathered together. With a thought from Zi-Chin, they fused and evolved into another unfamiliar realm force. Zi-Chin named this realm force Destruction. This was a newborn realm force. It was all-encompassing. There were the 5 elements: nature, good and evil, true and false. Looking at the newborn realm force, he had an epiphany. He understood. The destructive realm force that had just taken form was rapidly growing. It instantly broke through the first level and reached the second level. Following that, it reached the third level and the fourth level. The destructive realm force, created by the fusion of many realm forces, reached the fourth level the instant it took form. The realm force that was still wreaking havoc in his body was immediately dispersed by the fourth level of the destructive realm force. At the same time, Zi-Chin no longer suppressed his body. His perfect body began to repair itself. As for the others around him, when they sensed a new realm force produced in Zi-Chen's body, they suddenly felt a sense of palpitation for some reason. They didn't sense the fusion of many realm forces. They only sensed the destructive realm force expelling the pure realm force. As for this realm force, it was clearly extraordinary. However, only existences above the lesser perfection stage could sense it. 3 breaths later, Zi-Chen stood up. There were no more injuries on his body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Everyone was an expert, so they naturally understood what had happened in such a short period of time. Zi-Chin had comprehended the realm force and expelled the pure realm force of a realm lord. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean that the quality of the realm force Zi-Chin had comprehended was higher. It was like the same battle beast. One was a mutated king, while the other was an ordinary battle beast. How could this be? The realm lord from before looked at Zi-Chin, who stood up and scathed in disbelief. His 3 full-powered strikes had failed to kill a defenseless domain realm expert. This was something that was still unbelievable, even though he had seen it with his own eyes. "You've already attacked 3 times. It's my turn now, right?" Zi-Chen walked towards the realm lord in front of him. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. The threat of death allowed him to comprehend one move. His subsequent journey as a realm lord would be smooth sailing. Manshur and the others obviously saw this. Their faces were also filled with joy. They were happy for Zi-Chin from the bottom of their hearts. On the chessboard, young Master Tian saw the hibernating hidden dragon and bared his fangs. "I don't believe it. You're just a domain realm expert. I want you dead." The realm lord was completely enraged. His facial features began to distort. The 5 complete realm forces around him began to circulate crazily. A powerful aura was released. Boom! He raised his hand and struck out a palm at Zi-Chin. On the palm print, energy surged and the 5 realm forces filled the surface of the palm print. This time, Zi-Chun still did not dodge. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. For layers of destructive realm forces appeared on Zi-Chen's fingertips and slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! The 4 layers of destructive realm forces easily cut through the 5 pure realm forces and swept through the palm print, heading straight for the realm lord's face. Seeing that his attack was easily broken, the realm lord's expression changed greatly. The realm forces around him surged and propped up a defense. Even so, he could still feel a strong sense of danger in his heart. His figure retreated at the same time. Pooh! Unfortunately, Zi-Chen's attack was even faster. It instantly broke through his defense and swept through his body. The destructive realm forces dissipated, and the realm lord's body was also separated from the middle. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ziqin, who was in the domain realm, killed a realm lord, and it was an instant kill. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. The faces of the foreign race's domain realm experts were filled with shock. At this moment, they no longer had any fighting spirit in their hearts. Those realm lords were also shocked. One strike to kill a person who was of a higher level. Then, the combat strength Ziqin displayed at this moment was similar to that of a realm lord at small perfection. Looking at the separated corpse of the realm lord on the ground, they were so shocked that they could not say a word. When they looked at Ziqin again, they no longer mocked him. Their eyes were filled with fear. The faces of the few empty realm experts were filled with surprise. Although they had heard that a domain realm expert could kill a realm lord in an instant, they had never seen it with their own eyes. The gazes of the two old ancestors also fell on Ziqin again, their eyes flashing. Not bad indeed. The Zhou family's old ancestor nodded and said, to be able to comprehend such a strange realm force, he does indeed have the qualifications to be a variable. However, in the end, he has only comprehended the realm force and has not truly broken through. His combat strength is ultimately limited. To be able to kill a realm lord with 5 realms force, it was obvious that the current Ziqin was no longer someone that an ordinary realm lord could kill. As the old woman turned her head, a small perfection expert walked out. This was an old man, the Zhou family's guest elder, Elder Demo. The minimum standard for small perfection was to form a cycle with 9 realms force. Under such circumstances, whether it was attack or defense, they would be much stronger. Every realm lord was a famous existence, and every small perfection expert was even more famous. Elder Demo was naturally a very famous existence in normal times. However, there are even existences stronger than the empty realm here. A mere small perfection expert was nothing. Elder Demo did not reveal his name. His expression was very solemn. As he walked forward, 9 realms force appeared on the surface of his body, forming a small cycle. Of course, the aura surging around his body was much stronger than the previous realm lord. It was equivalent to the Extreme Peak City lord who had once used the dragon's power to erupt. However, in front of Ziqin, the Extreme Peak City lord was finished with a single slash. At that time, Ziqin was only at the peak of the 9th level and had yet to comprehend the realm force. Now, Ziqin, who had comprehended the realm force, could instantly kill a realm lord. Naturally, he did not put small perfection in his eyes. The opponent glanced at Ziqin, then clenched his fist and punched toward Ziqin. 9 realms force surrounded the surface of the fist, forming a small cycle, and went straight towards Ziqin. The opponent's attack was very direct, very powerful, and very terrifying. Around them, everyone held their breaths as their eyes stared straight ahead. Facing this attack, Ziqin also clenched his fist. On his fist, 2 types of lightning force of yin and yang appeared. Against an expert of small perfection, without the help of a weapon, Ziqin would have to use 2 types of extreme power. With the addition of 2 types of power, in addition to the 4 layers of realm force, the power contained in Ziqin's punch was more than 10 times stronger than before. Everyone around was moved by the 2 different types of power that Ziqin displayed. First, it was the powerful realm force, and then there were 2 types of energy. Everyone found that this domain realm seemed to have become more and more mysterious. Tang Nua nodded, looking very satisfied. Young Master Tian's face finally revealed a slight smile. Long Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. The dwarf beside him had a very serious expression. Ziqin had already punched out. 2 types of energy exploded, releasing a destructive aura, causing the expressions of all the large perfection experts to change drastically. Chapter 1795. Boom! The 2 fists collided, causing a loud explosion. Ziqin's fist carried an unstoppable force, instantly destroying Old Man Demo's fist. Immediately after, the yin and yang lightning power rushed forward, forcibly breaking through his defense and hitting his chest. Terrifying energy instantly exploded, and Old Man Dummu's chest was already badly mutilated. Popping sounds could be heard from his bones. The fourth layer of realm power rushed into his body, forcibly destroying his life force. Old Man Dummu flew backwards amidst the violent energy. After landing, he did not move. One strike, just one strike, and Old Man Dummu, who was at the small perfection realm, died. The surroundings were deathly silent. The faces of many domain realm experts were filled with shock. The group of sector lords also revealed shocked expressions. The small perfection realm experts' faces were filled with disbelief. No one would have thought that Ziqin, who was only at the domain realm, could not only kill a sector lord, but also a small perfection realm expert. With such battle strength, Ziqin was enough to attract everyone's attention. No one cared about Old Man Dummu's life or death. All eyes fell on Ziqin, and even some fell on the people behind Ziqin. If Ziqin had such means, then was it possible that the domain realm experts who came with him had the same means? All the sector lords present were moved by Ziqin's strength, including Longfei and the great perfection realm dwarf beside him. The three empty realm experts were also stunned. The two existences who had surpassed the empty realm constantly looked around, as if they wanted to see through him completely. I never thought that my Shantian prefecture would have such a proud son of the heavens appear. This is really a great fortune for Shantian prefecture. Zhou family's ancestor looked at Ziqin with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Little guy, if you are willing to join the Zhou family now, I can spare your life. And in the future, my Zhou family will do our best to nurture you and provide you with all the resources you need. This Zhou family's ancestor actually had the intention to rope him in. Ziqin glanced at the old woman and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but we walk different paths. Furthermore, I hate those who collude with other races the most." What an arrogant kid. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a lesser consummation. Not only are there great consummation beings here, but there's also the empty realm. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. The old woman's face immediately turned cold after being rejected. While they were talking, Wang Yuanshan walked out. He smiled coldly at Ziqin and said, "Brett, your life is mine." A sector lord at the Great Circle was considered a pinnacle sector lord. His combat strength was extremely strong, but this also ignited Ziqin's competitive spirit. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. "Your opponent is me." Suddenly, Longfei took a step forward and blocked in front of Ziqin. Although he had already seen how strong Ziqin was, Longfei was still worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Yuanshan, who was at the Great Circle, so he intentionally blocked Wang Yuanshan for him. Wang Yuanshan looked at Longfei, and his expression became unnatural. He slowly said, "It's useless. Even if I don't kill him, the other Great Circle beings will definitely make a move. You should know that there are 5 great circle beings here." "That's right. Thank you for your care, my lord. I'm not talented, but I also want to see the strength of a great circle being." Ziqin's voice sounded from behind. Longfei turned back to look at Ziqin. He saw confidence and high fighting spirit in Ziqin's eyes, so he didn't hesitate and nodded and retreated. The others also saw Ziqin's confidence, but many people couldn't understand where Ziqin's confidence came from. One had to know that he was about to face a great circle being. This kind of existence had all 81 realm powers and could form a perfect cycle. Their combat strength was definitely not something a lesser circle could compare to. In addition, Ziqin was facing Wang Yuanshan, who was the deputy domain lord of the Imperial Celestial Region. This kind of existence couldn't be compared to ordinary sector lords. He had emperor-level battle skills and definitely had an emperor-level weapon in his hands. Wang Yuanshan's true combat strength was actually not weaker than an empty realm expert. They couldn't understand where Qin got the confidence to deal with such a level of existence. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yuanshan smiled coldly and walked towards Ziqin. His eyes were very cold. It could be said that the two of them had a deep hatred. Ziqin stood where he was, and in the next moment a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a sheathed long blade. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Yuanshan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery. He knew Ziqin very well and knew that this weapon was only king level. If this was Ziqin's greatest reliance against a great circle being, then Ziqin had no chance of winning. I wanted to let you see the power of an emperor-level weapon, but I was afraid that it would scare you to death. Fortunately, I'll forget about it. However, I have an emperor-level battle skill here. Take a look. Emperor's Extreme Finger. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuanshan pointed a finger at Ziqin. This finger contained 99 pure realm powers. As soon as the finger was formed, the space there began to distort, and violent energy continued to surge. The entire residence had been sealed by great powers, and even the empty realm experts had difficulty entering. It was obvious that the space there was very stable, but Wang Yuanshan's attack still caused such a power. If this had happened elsewhere, the appearance of this finger would have caused a change in the world. Facing this emperor-level finger, Ziqin's reaction was very simple. Two types of energy surged around him, and these two types of energy were injected into the blade at the same time. Swoosh! Then, Ziqin pulled out the blade with force. A bright blade light flashed between heaven and earth. This saber light looked ordinary, as if it was just bright. The domain realm experts couldn't see anything special, but they were attracted by the bright blade light. The same was true for the realm lords, and even the lesser circle beings were confused. However, everyone at the great perfection level and above had a drastic change in expression when they saw the saber. Emperor-level battle skill, emperor-level weapon. Several exclamations sounded one after another, and everyone's expression changed. The bright blade light instantly swept past Wang Yuanshan's attack, and then swept past Wang Yuanshan's body. Poof! Poof! Then the blade light continued to move forward, sweeping past the body of a lesser circle, and then a realm lord before finally dissipating. Ziqin, who had sheathed his long blade and stood in place, couldn't help but sigh. In the path of the attack, Wang Yuanshan's figure had already disappeared. However, on this straight line, the lesser circle and realm lords' bodies were split in two, and their vitality was gone. After killing two realm lords with one slash, Ziqin didn't look excited. Instead, he looked disappointed because Wang Yuanshan was still alive. At this moment, Wang Yuanshan was standing 10 meters away. There was no color on his face, and his eyes were filled with intense fear and lingering fear. There was an obvious red mark on his head and chest, and dark red blood was seeping out from it. Next to him stood the Wang family's ancestor. He was the one who had attacked in an instant and saved Wang Yuanshan. Otherwise, Wang Yuanshan, who was careless, would have been split in two. This was because that slash was too unexpected, and it was so fast that even a greater circle couldn't withstand it. Because of this slash, the scene fell into a dead silence once again. Too powerful, too terrifying, too unbelievable. A domain realm expert almost killed a greater circle with one slash. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. There were too many oddities in this. For example, why was a domain realm expert able to use an emperor-level battle skill and an emperor-level weapon? The expressions of all the greater circle experts changed, and their eyes were filled with seriousness and fear. They asked themselves honestly if they had been the one who had been struck by the saber just now. What chance would they have of keeping their lives? If they attacked first with all their strength, they might still be able to survive. If they were careless, they would definitely be killed with one slash, just like the lesser circle and realm lord. Good job. Longfei couldn't help but shout while everyone was shocked speechless. He looked very excited. No wonder young Master Tian valued Ziqin so much. It turned out that this person had such talent. At this moment, Longfei was also very impressed with Zichen. At the very least, when he was at that realm, he was far from Zichen's methods. At this moment, Zichen displayed such powerful combat strength. The domain realm experts he brought were somewhat thought-provoking. After all, with Zichen's record, it didn't seem that impossible that his companions could kill enemies of a higher realm. Wang Yuanshan, who came back to his senses, was full of anger. He wasn't defeated by Zichen, but he was careless. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a long sword appeared in his hand. As the energy surged, a violent aura swept through the place. Wang Yuanshan held the emperor weapon and glanced at Zichen. He was unconvinced and said again. Beside him, the Wang family ancestor waved his hand and said, "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Since it's a variable calculated by young Master Tian, it's natural for it to be extraordinary." Everyone believed that this might be Zichen's greatest trump card. However, because of their previous underestimation, 2 lesser circle experts and 2 realm lords had died. Moreover, Zichen was a variable on young Master Tian's chessboard. Who knew what kind of secret tricks he would have next? On the chessboard, great perfection was the strongest combat strength, so there naturally couldn't be any losses. The old man's eyes swept past Zichen and looked at young Master Tian. He said, "Since he's a chess piece, he naturally has the combat strength of a chess piece. At most, he's a realm lord. On Kong you go." If it had been before, Zhou Kong would not have made a move. If an empty realm expert made a move against a domain realm expert, he would be laughed at. However, after Zichen displayed such powerful means, the variable that was ridiculed by everyone before added too much mystery to Zichen at this moment. Zhou Kong nodded. As an empty realm expert, he walked towards Zichen. Young Master Tian saw this scene and shook his head. He said, "Since it's a game, there are naturally rules. As a player, how can I make a move against a chess piece?" Looking at Zhou Kong, young Master Tian said, "Your opponent can only be the player." Zhou Kong said with disdain. Young Master Tian smiled faintly and said, "Everyone knows that I just don't fight. Your opponent is naturally not me. It's me." A cold voice was heard. The Shantian Hall Lord Tang Nua stood up and stared at Zhou Kong indifferently. Chapter 1796. The combat prowess Zichen displayed was simply too powerful. Since he had declared that he would be the first to kill Zichen, it was only natural that someone stronger would appear. Zhou Kong, who was from the empty realm, was the best candidate. Due to the rules of the game, the strongest combat prowess of all chess pieces was at great perfection. Since Zichen was on the chessboard and not a player, his combat prowess was at great perfection at most. Zichen took out an imperial weapon, which was extremely coveted, including Zhou Kong. Regardless of whether it was a realm lord or an empty realm, they were still within the realm of the realm, and they all used imperial weapons. As such, every imperial weapon was a precious treasure. However, when Zhou Kong appeared, Tang Nua stood up, which surprised Zhou Kong. It was worth noting that the one who did not need to care about the most was not young Master Tian, who was considered incapable of fighting, but Tang Nu. He needed to focus on controlling the seal and preventing the existence underground from appearing. If he dared to make a move, the seal would dissipate on its own without needing anyone else to do anything. Knowing the situation with the domain chief, Zichen was also very puzzled. If Tang Nua were to make a move, what would happen to the seal? As if guessing Zichen's doubts, young Master Tian turned to look at Zichen and said, "Not bad. Your growth has completely exceeded our expectations. The contest between both sides is over. Next up is the final game." As expected in the end, because Tang Nua had stood up, if he were to make a move, the seal would definitely be blasted open. But if everyone could guess, how could Tang Nua and young Master Tian not know? Next up was obviously the time to use their trump cards. Everyone looked at Tang Nua, waiting to see what he was going to do or say. "Not just you, but all 3 of you. Tang Nua, looked at the other 2 empty realm players. That was a battle between players, and Tang Nua was going to take on all 3 of them. When the 3 empty realm players heard that, they did not show any expression of being underestimated. Tang Nua, the Shantian House Lord, was indeed qualified to take on all 3 of them. They knew very well that, if it had not been for him having to guard the seal, Tang Nua would have long shaken off his position as the domain chief and become the Imperial Sky Domain's domain lord. Zhou Onkong asked in puzzlement, "If you were to make a move, what about the seal?" "The seal will naturally be guarded by others," Tang Nua said. "Who?" "Him." Wang Onkong looked at young Master Tian. Young Master Tian shook his head and emphasized again, "I'm just not fighting." "It's me." The chessboard lit up, and an old man appeared out of thin air. The old man wore a hemp robe. His face was ruddy, and he was full of vitality. His eyes were deep and bright. He stood in the void with a faint smile on his face. "You still have a chess piece." Zhou Onkong looked surprised. "The old manor lord is not a chess piece. He is the chessboard that oversees the big picture," young Master Tian said. "What?" "He's Shantian Prefecture's previous prefecture lord, Taki Peng." The 3 empty realms immediately lost their composure. That old mansion master was also a legendary figure. He had been in charge of the Shantian Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. Back then, he had forcefully blocked the attacks of the 2 great families' ancestors time and time again. The 2 great ancestors had no choice but to go into hiding, establish a family, and change their long-term battle strategy. Forefather Zhou and Forefather Wang had great hatred in their eyes. Forefather Wang said angrily, "You old thing, as expected, you did not die." Taki Peng smiled faintly. "Both of you are still alive. How can I die first?" Forefather Wang looked back at Forefather Zhou and said, "I knew that Tang Nua was unreliable. Look, this old thing is still alive." Back then, Forefather Zhou had plotted against Taki Peng. At that time, young Master Tian was in charge of calculation and deduction. The 2 great ancestors attacked with all their strength. After Taki Peng was heavily injured, he was stopped by Tang Nua. Normally, Taki Peng would die and Tang Nua would become the new prefecture lord. But today, Taki Peng appeared alive. "My good disciple, this should be your biggest trump card, right?" The old woman smiled sinisterly. Tang Nua had targeted them for so many years. Clearly, he had learned everything about the other races and the control of the seal from Taki Peng. It made sense that the latter was still alive. But so what? Even if that old thing is still alive, his injuries back then are enough to take away half of his life. His combat ability can barely be considered empty realm. You can only fight 1 against 3. Do you want to fight 1 against 5? Tang Nua shook his head and said, "Student naturally cannot beat teacher. Teacher's opponent is someone else." "Oh, in the entire Shantian Prefecture, there'll be someone else who can be our opponent." At this time, the void trembled. A picturesque figure appeared and stood silently in the void. This was a woman in white with a perfect face. She stood in the void and looked at the 2 great ancestors. "It's you." Seeing this woman, the 2 great ancestors' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with surprise and wariness. At the same time, the others looked up. The moment they saw the woman, their minds roared as if they had been attacked by the soul. They immediately fell into a daze. She was peerless and beautiful. Even though she stood silently, she still had a demeanor that could cause chaos. She did not need any charm arts. Her every frown and smile was the most terrifying charm arts in the world. After a short daze, the sector lords reacted. With lingering fear in their eyes, they immediately turned away and did not look at the woman's face. "Your opponent is me," the woman in white spoke. Her voice was as ethereal as a fairy. Zichen looked up. After seeing the other party, he was shocked and thought, "Why is she here?" The woman's name was Zhouya. Her current name was unknown. Zi Chen's feelings towards this woman were very complicated. She was of a different race, but she had helped him. This made Zichen not know how to face her. He originally thought that she had disappeared, but Zichen did not expect to see her again today. Moreover, she appeared last. Her target was the two old monsters. There was really no comparison. Zhou Yu was still immortal, and Zichen was already a domain realm expert. But now, she could deal with the two old monsters while he was not even a sector lord. As if sensing Zichen's gaze, the woman turned to look at Zichen. She seemed to remember the unpleasantness between the two of them. In addition, Zichen's slightly changed expression and his clear eyes that were not affected by her appearance made her remember some words Zichen had said. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Zichen saw this and quickly smiled. Zichen greets Fairy. It has been a long time. Manshur and the rest were very surprised. They did not expect Zichen to know her. In terms of appearance, among the three women, only Jin Qingqing could compare. This woman was definitely the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Humph! The woman in white snorted and ignored Zichen. I understand. You are the variable in the past, the one who spoiled my plans time and time again. Forefather Zhou looked at Zichen and suddenly said. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Many years ago, when she competed with the reincarnated Ling Shuang, her chances of winning were over 90%. But it was that 10% variable that caused her efforts to be in vain. And Zichen was that variable. Seeing that Ling Shuang was familiar with Zichen and connecting the dots with Zichen's identity as a variable, the old woman understood everything. So you have always been a variable. She shifted her gaze away from Zichen and looked at young Master Tian again, saying, You are indeed the one who is more proficient in the art of divination than the art of divination. You have already started this game many years ago. He is the variable that turned the situation around. The two of you have karma. You used this karma to summon her. Heavenly Young Master shook his head and said, It was not a summon. She came of her own accord. You can say that she came to settle the karma. Zichen clearly understood why he was a variable. Besides his own strength, he could play a greater role, which was to summon this woman, whose name he did not know. Good, it is indeed a good plan. The great ancestor of the Wang clan kept nodding and said, So, it is going to be 1 against 2 next. The woman in white said, It may be a little stressful to fight the one below, but it is enough to deal with you two. Tang Nua said, Since everyone is here, let us begin. Leave the 3 empty realms to me. Heavenly Young Master nodded and said, Only the Realm Lord and the Domain Realm are left. We can only leave them to them. Tang Nua nodded and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the huge sword beside him disappeared, which was obviously an imperial weapon. As Tang Nua disappeared, the other 3 empty realms disappeared as well. Don't you die. Ling Shuang glanced at Zichen indifferently and then disappeared. This time, she took the 2 great ancestors with her and disappeared. The former chief walked to Tang Nua's original position and sat down. Waves of energy surged from his body and shrouded the ground. During this time, angry roars could be heard coming from underground. The former chief ignored the roars and began to look at the entire chessboard. At the moment, the white pieces were still very powerful, but the black pieces were not weak either, especially the black piece that belonged to Zichen, which had been awakened as a dragon. He nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Zichen and praised, Young man, you did well. Thank you for the compliment. The former chief waved his hand and said, This is not a compliment but the truth. Neither young Master Tian nor I can fight from now on, so we can only rely on you. Why not? The former chief was controlling the seal, so it was understandable that he could not fight. However, this young Master Tian was at least an empty realm master, and yet he could not fight. Zichen looked at him in confusion. Young Master Tian said, I just don't fight. I never fight. Not even in the face of death. Never fight. Doesn't that mean that anyone could kill you? In theory, yes. You can even tell fate, but you can't. I'm not a fortune teller. Zichen was speechless at young Master Tian's answer. Fortunately, there were still two people on their side. Although Long Fei was only at the small consummation level, Zichen believed that he would not be weaker than someone at the great consummation level. As such, he cupped his hands and said, I wonder if the two of you can work together to stop these 5 at the great consummation level. Chapter 1797. The dwarf's expression didn't change much before, but after hearing Zichen's words, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zichen's battle strength had already gained his recognition. The strong would be respected no matter where they were. However, Zichen's question made the dwarf speechless. Great perfection was the peak of the sector lord. Such an existence couldn't be compared to ordinary sector lords, nor could they be compared to small perfection. The 81 strands of realm power in their body had formed a perfect cycle, and the next step would be the empty realm. After becoming a sector lord, the first step was to find refining materials and forge an imperial weapon of their own. Apart from that, an imperial battle skill was also essential. As for increasing one's strength, it was secondary. This was because any one of the first two would greatly increase one's battle strength. During the process of searching, one's realm would slowly increase. When one reached great perfection, one would be able to forge their own imperial weapon and obtain 1 or 2 imperial battle skills. For example, the most common phenomenon would be a sector lord working for a family and becoming a guest elder. After serving for a certain number of years, one would receive a corresponding reward. This reward naturally included an imperial battle skill. In this way, those who reached great perfection wouldn't have a big difference in battle strength, unless there were some unlucky ones who didn't obtain an imperial weapon or imperial battle skill. However, such situations were rare. At least the 5 great perfection in front of them all had imperial weapons. However, Zichen wanted the 2 of them to work together to deal with the 5. In the dwarf's opinion, this was too difficult. Without waiting for the 2 to respond, Wang Yuanshan sneered. This is unrealistic. It's best to fight 1 against 2, and I'll stay to kill you. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, 1 against 2 is fine. While fighting 2 great perfection deities alone was a little difficult, it was not to the point where it was unacceptable. The short, great perfection stage, Cultivator didn't waste any more words. He simply disappeared with the other 2 great perfection stage cultivators. Long Fei looked back at Zichen and said, Be careful. Zichen nodded. This was the second time he met Long Fei, but he had a good impression of him. It was as if the 2 had known each other for a long time. Sir, wait. Just as Long Fei was about to disappear, Zichen called out to him. Long Fei looked at Zichen in confusion. Sir, do you have a suitable weapon? I happen to have an extra one here. As he spoke, Zichen took out a black dragon spear. Since he was able to take out a weapon at this time, it was obviously an emperor weapon. Earlier, Zichen had already taken out a royal weapon, and now he took out another one. This shocked many of the sector lords. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Long Fei smiled and disappeared with the 2 great perfection immortals in a flash. Since Long Fei was one of the 2 great perfection immortals, he obviously had an imperial weapon on him. Wang Yuanshan looked at Zichen and said, Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many sovereign weapons. That's great. After I kill you, all the sovereign weapons will be mine. Zichen replied coldly, I still have a lot of royal weapons with me. If you want a weapon, let's see if you have what it takes. As he spoke, a sheathed saber appeared in Zichen's hand again. Seeing this, Wang Yuanshan's expression changed and became serious. Zichen held the saber in front of his chest and stared at Wang Yuanshan. His spiritual senses were running quickly. Clearly, he needed to find a reasonable way to fight in the next battle. Otherwise, it was very likely that all 8 of them would have died here today. On both sides of the chessboard, the 2 great experts could only watch, unable to make a move. Old Mansion Master Longpang asked, Do they have a high chance of winning? Young Master Tian said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if it's high or low. Since we've come this far, we have no way out." Old Mansion Master said, "Then what do you mean?" "Since it's a decisive battle, we can't be merciful." With that, he raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy completely ignored the restriction and exploded in the sky after passing through it. The cultivators in Shentian Prefecture all saw this energy fluctuation from the city Lord Mansion. But most of them didn't understand the meaning of this energy fluctuation. After seeing this scene, one of the old farmers muttered, "Everything is going according to plan. It seems like the decisive battle is about to begin. Shentian Prefecture will welcome a real reshuffle." The energy that exploded in the sky formed a strange vibration that spread in a specific direction. One of the waves spread in the direction of the Zhou clan. After sensing this wave, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. He stood in the sky above the Zhou clan, looking down at this huge clan that had been established for tens of thousands of years. The aura around him began to surge. Who is he? What is he doing here? It's the aura of a realm lord. He's a realm lord. Why is there a realm lord standing in the sky above our clan? What is he doing? The aura of a realm lord surged without any restraint, causing quite a commotion in the Zhou clan. Amidst the commotion, a person flew out. This was a world overlord, and he only had 3 strands of world force around him. He roared at the middle-aged man in the air. "Who are you? Don't you know where this is? You dare to release your aura here to provoke us?" The middle-aged man said indifferently, "This is the Zhou clan." This existence, who had just become a realm lord, said coldly, "That's right. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. If you anger my ancestor, not to mention your strength at the great perfection realm, even if you are from the empty realm, you will still die." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Then that's right. Today the Zhou clan will disappear from Shentian Prefecture forever." What big words, you! However, just as this sector lord spoke, a palm imprint descended from the sky, ruthlessly slamming towards his head. This palm did not use any battle skills, but the 81 realm powers on the palm print still caused the Zhou clan realm lord's expression to change greatly. He hurriedly blocked it. However, the difference in realm between the 2 sides was too great. As the palm print fell, the entire void exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. In the center of the black hole, the Zhou clan realm lord's body smashed through a building and then fell silent. This Zhou clan realm lord was dead. There was an uproar below. All the Zhou clan cultivators looked at the middle-aged man in the sky in disbelief. This was the Zhou clan, the powerful Zhou clan. Even the mansion lord had to be wary of them. However, today this great perfection realm lord appeared and killed a realm lord without saying a word. "Ancestor, quickly call the ancestor. Someone came to the Zhou clan to provoke us. Quickly go find the ancestor." The entire Zhou clan fell into chaos. All kinds of voices rose and fell. "Leave no one alive." After killing the Zhou clan realm lord in one move, this middle-aged man looked down at the chaotic Zhou clan cultivators and said coldly. In the void, space began to distort, and one figure after another appeared from within. These people exuded powerful auras. The weakest one of them was in existence at the 9th stage of the domain realm. There were also a number of realm lords among them. After they appeared, they immediately charged towards the Zhou clan below. Among them, there were quite a number of experts who transformed into giant beasts as they descended. "I'll have to trouble you here, sir. According to the mansion lord's orders, no one from the Zhou clan is allowed to escape alive today." The great perfection realm lord who killed the enemy in one move suddenly bowed to the void with a respectful attitude. The void trembled again, and a giant figure appeared. This was the shadow of a beast, standing in the void. Its body was half visible, but just its head was as big as a mountain. Just by showing its head, a terrifying aura swept across the heavens and earth. After feeling the aura, The panicked Zhou clan cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Then their expressions became extremely horrified. This was because a tiger's head had appeared. Just its head alone was as big as a mountain. It peeked out from the void, its body hidden in the void, and looked down at the entire Zhou clan indifferently. After it appeared, it stood in the air like a sculpture. However, its eyes were flickering with an ice-cold light. The Zhou clan below had fallen into a chaotic battle. After those experts entered, they began to kill wantonly. Damn it! Why are there so many high-level life forms here? Tiger God Mountain. They must be high-level life forms from Tiger God Mountain. These giant beasts were all battle beasts, and there was no lack of high-level life forms among them. After killing their way into the Zhou clan, they began to kill wantonly. In the chaotic battle, a realm lord who was in seclusion rushed out. After seeing the tiger's head in the sky, his face immediately lost all color. He stared at the tiger's head in the sky. His face was filled with despair. What a good plan! What a good plan! Young Master Tian, it's really a good plan. Obviously, he knew that the old ancestor was not in the clan, and the reason why they dared to take advantage of this period of time to exterminate the Zhou clan was also a scheme by young Master Tian. At this moment, a giant beast claw descended from the sky, immediately smashing the realm lord's head. A giant wolf stepped on the sky. It was obviously a realm lord level sky-devouring wolf. Other than the sky-devouring wolf, on the ground of the Zhou clan, there were constantly figures of burrowing rats appearing. Their purpose was not to kill the enemies, but to destroy all the teleportation arrays. During the battle, many Zhou clan cultivators saw that the situation was not good and immediately abandoned the clan, taking away some cultivation resources and flying out of the clan. However, just as they flew out of the tall courtyard wall, they saw in the sky, in the eyes of the tiger's head, there were rays of cold light shooting out. Pooh, 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 pooh. All the cultivators who tried to escape, no matter if they were hiding in the dark or running away directly, could not escape the cold gaze of the tiger's head. The solidified, sharp gaze pierced through the bodies of the Zhou clan cultivators, and in the process, not a single one was spared. The entire Zhou clan, after this group of mysterious people appeared, turned into a purgatory. All kinds of screams, curses, and curses rose and fell one after another. However, these people who came were expressionless, like death warriors who only knew how to kill. The Zhou clan's main camp had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Other than the Zhou clan's main camp, all the clans and branches that were related to the Zhou clan were also attacked at the same time. P.S. Continuous disconnection. Chapter 1798. Before the final battle began, the entire Shantian prefecture was quiet. However, as the great battle began, many places in Shantian prefecture began to move. In Shantian city, many domain realm experts were on the move. Some of them had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. They were forcibly summoned and led by a middle-aged man, embarking on the journey to annihilate the families that were related to the Zhou family. That middle-aged man was the previous generation's Shantian Dao. At the same time, in Destiny City, the current generation's fortune teller called for many experts to leave. Everyone was responsible for killing the alien races. Eliminating the forces related to the alien races was their duty. The third-ranked city, Hidden Fog City, was also mobilized. Many other cities were also mobilized. After young Master Tian sent out a beam of energy, the entire Shantian prefecture fell into a great shuffle. The old farmer sent the news to Meng Shi's residence. "How is it?" Shinker asked. He was worried about Ziqin. The old farmer sent news that everything is going according to plan. Now, the entire Shantian prefecture has fallen into the flames of war. Who will survive will depend on who has better means. However, young Master Tian's plan is obviously too big. The risk is also very high, said Mengshi. Then you are not doing anything? Are you really going to watch the show from the sidelines? Shinker asked again. Meng, she frowned and said, the Wang clan is powerful and has a lot of implications. If we can't get more information, no one is willing to take this risk. Although the Shentian prefecture is in a heated battle right now, the real battle is still with Tang Nua. If Tang Nua wins this battle, the Shentian prefecture will become an iron plate and no alien races will dare to touch it. However, if Tang Nua loses, the Shentian prefecture will become a dead prefecture. I'm afraid many cities will be wiped out. If that's the case, it's just right for you to lend a hand, said Shankar. There are rules everywhere. Rules can't be broken. The Wang clan is powerful and wealthy. Under such circumstances, no one will be jealous. Wait a little longer. There will be someone who can't resist the temptation. Shankar suddenly thought of something and asked, do you think that young Master Tian had already predicted that you would do this? That's why he never considered the Wang family from the beginning to the end. He only focused all his energy on wiping out the Zhou family. There's no need to scheme at all. Beating a dog when it's down is something that everyone likes to do. Moreover, this is a situation where there are enormous benefits to be gained. During these years, young Master Tian has already investigated all the movements of the Zhou clan and all the branches. He has also been waiting for today's battle. As for the Wang clan, although he hasn't investigated them, he has already thoroughly investigated all the other aristocratic families in the Royal Heaven region. Once the Wang clan loses, the Wang clan of the Royal Heaven region will disappear even more thoroughly than the Zhou clan. Just as young Master Tian gave the signal, Zichen already had a battle strategy in his heart. He looked at Wang Yuanshan and said coldly, since you want to kill me so much, do you dare to fight me to the death? What did you say? Wang Yuanshan was a little stunned, and so were the others who were about to make a move. A domain realm cultivator actually challenged a great perfection realm cultivator. They thought that they had misheard. Idiot, he said, he wants to challenge you. He's asking if you dare. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Manshur added, what did you say? Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed coldly. The emperor weapon in his hand trembled slightly, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. Even Zichen might not be Wang Yuanshan's opponent, let alone Manshur. He shrunk his head and said, why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who wants to challenge you. It's Zichen. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Of course, it will be in his domain world. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Yuanshan turned to Zichen and said, I was just careless just now. Don't think that I'm truly afraid of you. Next, I'll let you see what a great perfection Realm Lord is. Just as he was speaking, Wang Yuanshan placed his other hand behind his back and waved lightly. I also want to see how strong a great perfection Realm Lord is. Zichen sneered and unleashed a domain realm energy that enveloped Wang Yuanshan. Swish! Following that, the three figures disappeared. That's right, there were three people. The last one was an initial perfection Realm Lord. He appeared in front of Wang Yuanshan in an instant and followed Wang Yuanshan into Zichen's domain world. Obviously, Zichen was going to fight two people at once. Manshur and the others' expressions changed drastically as they cursed Wang Yuanshan for being shameless. Haha, this time you're dead meat. Wang Yuanshan's figure had already disappeared, but his laughter was still echoing. To be able to make such a move, he was obviously afraid of Zichen. Wang Yuanshan disappeared with an initial perfection Realm Lord, leaving only 9 initial perfection Realm Lords on the battlefield. Young Master Tian and the old Mansion Master were stunned when they saw this scene. Both of them couldn't understand who was deliberately scheming against who between Zichen and Wang Yuanshan. As for the battlefield, there were only 9 initial perfection Realm Lords, 21 Realm Lords, and more than 200 9th grade Domain Realm Lords left to fight against Manshur's 7 Domain Realm Lords. In an instant, everyone closed in on them, their eyes full of ridicule and mockery. With so many experts, if they couldn't kill the 7 Domain Realm Lords, then they would have lived in vain. What should we do next? Man sure felt his throat dry up, and he couldn't speak clearly. There was no way to fight against so many experts. Take out your trump cards and fight. Shen Tiandao shouted as he took out his emperor weapon. Boom! He released his aura and infused his realm power into the royal weapon. A powerful and violent aura instantly spread out. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. One of them cried out, "Royal weapon, it's the royal weapon again." However, Manshur and the others used their actions to tell them that this was just the beginning. The remaining 6 people's auras were completely violent, and then one royal weapon after another appeared. Royal weapon, it's the royal weapon again. It's the royal weapon again. This is the aura of the royal weapon again. Damn it, are they really domain realm lords? How can they have so many royal weapons? And one for each of them. Manshur and the others took out their royal weapons one after another, and the realm lords and earthly perfections were dumbfounded. There were dozens of realm lords and 9 earthly perfections, but they didn't have a single royal weapon. This showed the true value of the royal weapon. However, the domain realm lords in front of them each had a royal weapon. This was too shocking. The old mansion master and young master Tian were also stunned when they saw this. They finally understood why the 7 domain realm lords could be used as pawns. In terms of combat strength, each of them might only be equivalent to a realm lord, but with the royal weapon in their hands, they could be compared to earthly perfections. Even so, there were more earthly perfections than them, and there were more than 20 realm lords. The situation was still very unfavorable for them. The earthly perfections' eyes were burning with passion. As long as they killed the domain realm lords, they would no longer lack royal weapons. The crowd, who had been attracted by the royal weapons, didn't realize that there was one more person. The new person was Ziqin, whose body was shining with gold and silver light. He held a dragon bow in his hand. After he appeared, he knocked an arrow on the bow and pointed it at one of the earthly perfections. The earthly perfection's face changed when he sensed danger, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Puff! However, his speed couldn't be compared to the royal weapon's attack. The dragon god's arrow instantly pierced through his chest, and the earthly perfection's power started to wreak havoc. However, the earthly perfections didn't die. At the critical moment, more than 30 realm powers formed in his body and saved him. However, the earthly perfections was severely injured, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Ziqin didn't have to worry about him at all. Such a change naturally alarmed the others. Then they saw Ziqin at the back and their expressions changed. "Why are you here? Where's the family head?" The crowd was in disbelief. Ziqin had already fought with Wang Yuanshan, so why was he here? The old chief was also confused. Like the others, he didn't believe that Ziqin could kill 2 people so quickly. Young Master Tian's eyes flickered. It seemed to be a kind of eye technique. After looking at Ziqin for a few breaths, he nodded, and there was undisguised surprise in his eyes. "What's going on?" the old chief asked. "It's a clone, but it's no different from the original. There's such a clone in the world. There are all kinds of strange things in the world." While the 2 were talking, Ziqin's clone in front of them knocked an arrow on the bow again and aimed at the 2nd earthly perfections. The earthly perfections' face changed drastically. The energy around him instantly surged, and he took out a weapon at the same time. Unfortunately, it wasn't a royal weapon, but a domain weapon. This was the most obvious difference between the 2 sides. The reason why Ziqin and the others all had royal weapons was that they had the support of an entire world behind them. This world provided them with dragon weapons, and Lei Long, who was about to become the ruler, upgraded their weapons. That was why they all had royal weapons. But behind these world overlords, there were only 2 great clans. Maybe in the eyes of the world, these 2 great clans were already extremely huge and had many resources. They could even recruit world overlords to work for them. But compared to the resources of an entire world, these 2 clans couldn't be considered anything. The earthly perfections targeted by Ziqin changed his expression, and retreated rapidly. However, while he was afraid of Zichen, he neglected Manshur and the others. Manshur transformed and smashed the mace in his hand at the earthly perfections. This attack was very powerful. If a earthly perfections was hit, he would be injured even if he didn't die. This was the difference between having a royal weapon and not having one. Facing Manshur's attack, the earthly perfections couldn't dodge at all. With a loud bang, he was sent flying, and the defense around him was instantly shattered. The moment his defense was broken, Zichen released the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a beam of light and shot directly between the earthly perfection's eyebrows. Uft! The dragon god arrow pierced through the heart. The two types of energy exploded, and together with the power of the world of destruction, they instantly extinguished the earthly perfection's life force, and earthly perfections died. However, during this time, the other realm lords also launched powerful attacks. Waves of world power attacked Shantian Dao, Manshur, and the others. In this situation, it was definitely a siege. The destructive power produced was unimaginable. Even Zichen had to avoid it. Shantian Dao and the others were also dodging. In the process of dodging, they released a powerful aura around them. Then, a defensive dragon armor appeared. On the dragon armor, there was the aura of an royal weapon. This is in royal armor. Seeing this, the realm lords couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1799. Everyone had an emperor weapon. This battle wasn't going to be easy. Now that Manshur and the rest had taken out their defensive emperor weapons, it meant that there was no way to fight. The old mansion master's face was filled with astonishment when he saw this. That was an emperor-grade armor. Even a perfect realm might not be able to get one because of the huge amount of materials required. But now Manshur and the rest had one each. Many sector lords' attacks landed on their bodies, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Young Master Tion's carefree laughter rang out, as expected of the variable in the divination. Every time, you can give me a big surprise. With this, our chances of winning are even higher. Moreover, this battle seems like a little bullying. One side was armed to the teeth and had tyrannical combat strength, while the other side was unarmed. Under such circumstances, it was indeed a bit of a bully. Moreover, Zichen's doppelganger wasn't any weaker than his original body. Every time he drew his bow, there would be a perfect realm cultivator facing death. Although the opponent had a lot of people, there was no way to fight this battle. Uft! This time, Zichen directly aimed at a sector lord. Even though the opponent had already sensed it, a single arrow was still insta-killed without any suspense. This was the difference. Uft! Buffed! Zichen shot 2 more arrows, and another 2 sector lords died. Powerful sector lords were the envy of all realms. Today they were the targets of a massacre. But these sector lords couldn't escape from this massacre. Charge and kill him. Otherwise, everyone will die. Seeing their comrades die one by one, the sector lords went crazy. They shuttled through space and charged towards Zichen. The bow's power was long range. Once it got close, it wouldn't be effective. Everyone believed that as long as they got close to Zichen, they would be able to kill him. But as soon as they moved, Zichen was already gone. The original body had the fastest speed in the world, but the doppelganger's speed wasn't weak either. Zichen flashed to another location and shot another arrow. Uft! The 4th sector lord died under the mystical dragon bow. Damn it! Don't just stand there like idiots. Hurry up and come over. Are you just going to stand there and wait for death? A sector lord angrily shouted at those domain realm experts. At this moment of life and death, those people actually stood there foolishly and watched the show. The group of domain realm cultivators came to their senses and charged toward Zichen. As for why they didn't charge at the others, it was because they were all too weak before the imperial armaments. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Zichen's mouth when he saw the scene. Next to the doppelganger Zichen, two figures appeared out of thin air. These two people both had the appearance of Ziqin, but their auras were completely different. One of them was surrounded by a resplendent golden light and held a dragon's spear in his hand. The other person was surrounded by a silver light and also held a dragon's spear in his hand. Those were the two clones Ziqin had once used. However, the weapons in their hands were only royal armaments, not imperial armaments. Following two loud dragon roars, the two clones instantly transformed into dragons and charged toward the domain realm experts. Either of the two avatars was equivalent to Ziqin using only one type of energy, which was equivalent to Ziqin's usual strength when he was hiding his true strength. Any one of them could easily kill the domain realm experts, not to mention the two clones. The two clones transformed into dragons and charged forward to kill. That's right, it was a massacre. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the foreign races, they couldn't escape from Ziqin's hands. Ziqin is really something. As a legendary figure, Tucky Peng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The battle was completely one-sided. Manshur and the others, who were armed to the teeth, displayed their powerful combat strength. Let's wait for the lords to appear. 4 absolute earthly sovereigns and 8 sector lords had died, but they still couldn't stop Ziqin. Finally, they stopped charging forward foolishly and hid themselves. This kind of aimless charge was purely courting death. Once their defense was broken, they would definitely be killed by Ziqin. In an instant, everyone disappeared and hid in their own worlds. Because of their levels, Manshur and the others couldn't sense the exact location of these people. Ziqin also lost his target and couldn't help but frown. This way, even if he had powerful means, he couldn't sense the location of others and naturally couldn't kill them. As for the domain realm experts, they also hid, but Ziqin could sense with his perfect spiritual thoughts that the clones were still killing. In an instant, there were 2 extremes in the situation. On one side, there was a frenzied slaughter and endless screams, while on the other side it was very quiet. Manshur and the others had their backs against each other, gripping their royal armaments tightly as they guarded their surroundings in case the domain realm lord suddenly appeared. Ziqin was still aimlessly searching for his target, so the situation was very passive. Kill to your heart's content. Young Master Tian's voice suddenly sounded. He waved his sleeves, and the white chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly left the chessboard and flew into the void. The white chess pieces flew out and stopped at various places, floating in the air. Since they are chess pieces, they naturally can't escape the senses of the chess pieces. Young Master Tian said, "The chess pieces correspond to the positions of the other chess pieces." A light flashed in the eyes of Ziqin's clone, and he directly shot an arrow at a stopped white chess piece. Bang! The arrow shot out and the chess piece exploded. A scream was heard as a domain realm lord appeared and died. All the domain realm lords were chess pieces, and they all had corresponding positions. At this moment, they were hidden, but the chess pieces automatically marked their positions under the control of young Master Tian. Bang! Ziqin shot another arrow, and another white chess piece shattered. The arrow directly entered the void and appeared on the other side. Another domain realm lord appeared and fell to the ground, dead. Die! Manshur shouted as he raised the mace in his hand, and with a destructive aura he hit a white chess piece. Swish! A trace of heavenly Tao energy was added to the spear. Obeying heavenly, Tao held the spear tightly and shot it at a white chess piece. Wu Xia, fortune teller, Jin Qingqing, and the others also launched powerful attacks one after another. Their targets were the unmoving white chess pieces. At this moment, with the white chess pieces pointing the way, these hidden domain realm lords became living targets. Bang! 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 The white chess pieces shattered one after another, which meant that the domain realm lords were dead. Some white chess pieces were directly hid away and didn't shatter. This meant that the domain realm lords were still alive, and they just had to continue attacking. Looking at the battle, Old Mansion Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, "The battle here is already decided. I wonder how the other places are doing." Young Master Tian said, "During this period we have already deduced many times. The biggest variable is here. As long as we can protect this place, our chances of winning are as high as 80%. Although this was the weakest battlefield, it was also the biggest one. Once this place couldn't hold on, both young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord would face the danger of death. Once the two of them died, the underground seal would naturally dissipate. Hence, in the previous deductions, this place was the most crucial and also the most variable. Fortunately, Ziqin, this variable, didn't disappoint them. Once again, he perfectly deduced the strongest variable. Under the continuous deaths, these domain realm lords also sensed that something was wrong and appeared again. However, this time they didn't care about Ziqin and the others. Instead, they directly rushed towards young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord. Obviously, they also grasped this crucial point. As long as they killed the two of them, the seal would be broken and the foreign race's old monster would come out. No matter how powerful the variable was, they would still die. Looking at these domain realm lords whose eyes were red, young Master Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, he couldn't fight, and Old Mansion Lord couldn't fight either. However, he didn't remember saying that they couldn't defend. Old Mansion Lord just shook his hand and a light shield enveloped the two of them. This was just a temporary light shield. Normally, if a complete earthly sovereign attacked with all his strength, it would only take 3 attacks to break it. However, there were no complete earthly sovereigns here, only lesser complete earthly sovereigns. If everyone joined forces, it would take a few breaths of time. This time wasn't long, but it definitely wasn't short because in a few breaths of time, Ziqin would be able to shoot more than 10 arrows and kill more than 10 domain realm lords. These domain realm lords seemed to have gone crazy as they desperately attacked the light shield. Puff! Ziqin easily drew his bow and shot an arrow through the forehead of a domain realm lord, ending his life. Manshur and the others flashed forward and attacked with all their might. It was useless, completely useless. These domain realm lords desperately attacking the light shield would only cause them to die faster. Ah! Desperate screams resounded throughout the entire mansion. Another domain realm lord died. Who would have thought that so many domain realm lords would die in the hands of 8 domain realm lords? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, they didn't cause any effective damage. They were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, other than cultivation realm, resources became the main factor that determined success or failure. If everyone had royal weapons and armors, they would definitely be able to defeat Ziqin and the others. How could they die so tragically? The battle ended, and not a single domain realm lord survived. As for domain realm lords, only one was left. "Lord Ziqin, don't kill me. I'm Diku, a native of the battlefield of despair. I'm from the same clan as the Tomb Guardian clan." In front of the 2 clones, a peak domain realm lord was hiding in a corner, his face full of fear as he begged for mercy. "You're Diku, the one who destroyed the teleportation array," the golden Ziqin clone said. "It's a misunderstanding, Lord Ziqin. This is a misunderstanding." Back then, Diku's face was full of fear as he immediately tried to explain. Puff! A dragon spear pierced Diku's throat. The golden Ziqin said coldly, "I hate traitors like you the most." Diku seemed to want to say something, but blood kept pouring out of his mouth, making it impossible for him to say a single word. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his life was extinguished. At this point, all the domain realm lords were dead. Not a single one of the cultivators from the 2 great clans was left alive. The battle here was over, but no one was excited because there was another battle waiting for them. Nodding at young Master Tian and the Old Mansion Lord, Ziqin led the group of 7 into his own domain realm. Chapter 1800. just as the clone led Manshur and the rest to kill the sector lords. Zichen's real body was fighting against Wang Yuanshan and the Paragon. To put it nicely, it was a fight, but in reality, he was just stalling for time and running away. After Wang Yuanshan brought the Paragon to Zichen's domain world, he didn't have a direct confrontation with Zichen. Zichen's domain world was almost limitless, and with the world's fastest speed, he could escape as he wished. Haha, kid die. When they first entered Zichen's domain world, Wang Yuanshan laughed proudly, thinking that he had tricked Zichen and that this battle would end quickly. But Zichen didn't say anything. He turned and ran. Kid, don't run. Wang Yuanshan and the small perfection stage cultivators began to chase after Zichen, shouting loudly. However, they discovered that Zichen was actually faster than the two of them. Kid, don't run if you have the ability. Wang Yuanshan was flustered and exasperated as he couldn't catch up to Zichen. But Zichen didn't stop. I don't believe you can keep running like this. Wang Yuanshan's voice gradually became weak, but Zichen still didn't stop. He knew his own situation very well. Only the peak of the blade could threaten Wang Yuanshan. But once the other party was on guard, with the addition of the Paragon, they could still kill him. As the two chased, they became more and more surprised. This was only Zichen's domain world, but it was like a complete world. Above the domain realm, one could see a person's potential through the size of the world. Although the size of the world would affect one's leveling speed, in the same realm, this kind of existence was definitely a peak expert. How much rule power did he comprehend? Why do I feel that this is a complete world? There are all kinds of rules. The Paragon was also very shocked. We must kill this kid. Wang Yuanshan said coldly. Zichen's potential was too great. It made him feel apprehensive. After running for an unknown amount of time, Zichen suddenly stopped and turned to face the two experts. Why did you stop running? The two of them stopped 100 meters away from Zichen, and Wang Yuanshan said coldly. Zichen pointed at the ground, where the mountain range was densely packed with trees. After searching for so long, I finally found a place with good feng shui for you. Do you think it's a good place for you to die? Wang Yuanshan coldly snorted and said, Shameless boasting. As for the lesser perfection, he was very nervous. He had seen Zichen's means with his own eyes, and he definitely had the strength to kill him. This time he was only a support, and Wang Yuanshan was the real main force. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly came from the side of the small perfection stage, and the entire space began to distort crazily. The expression of the lesser perfection cultivator changed drastically, and he immediately turned his head around. The void in front of him split open, and a huge spiked club appeared, sweeping toward his face. Imperial weapon! Shock flashed across the eyes of the lesser perfection realm cultivators, and they immediately mobilized the 9 paths world force around them to form a perfect defense. You are courting death. While the small perfection stage was defending, Wang Yuanshan let out a cold shout as the long sword in his hand slashed towards the wolf-tooth club. Clang! The long sword struck the wolf-tooth club first, and a sonorous sound burst out. The unstoppable spiked mace was instantly shaken into the void by this blow. Seeing that the attack was blocked, before the small perfection stage could heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a long spear flying behind him, aiming for his back. Puff! Facing the powerful attack of Shantian Dao, the small perfection stage's defense was instantly shattered, but his body moved a few meters away, dodging the attack. Wang, the clone, who had been waiting for a long time, released the bowstring in his hand. The void trembled, and an arrow emitting gold and silver light shot towards the small perfection stage. Puff! The arrow pierced through the small perfection stage's forehead, and the latter's body was forcefully sent flying a few hundred meters away. After landing on the ground, the small perfection stage stopped breathing. Damn it! Wang Yuanshan stood with his sword in hand, and his face was filled with anger as he looked around. With a flash of brilliance, Manshur and the others appeared one after another. Seeing so many people, Wang Yuanshan's face was filled with astonishment. "Why are you all here? Don't tell me you don't care about their lives?" Ziqin said faintly, "The others are all dead." "What?" Wang Yuanshan's face changed, and he looked around again. At a glance, he saw the imperial weapons in the hands of Manshur and the others, as well as the imperial armors on their bodies. Imperial weapons and imperial armors. "I didn't expect you to return from the depths of the world with such great gains. It's just SOO. Ziqin took a step forward, holding his saber in front of his chest, and his expression became extremely solemn. No one would believe that a group of domain realm cultivators would fight against a complete earthly sovereign. If it weren't for the imperial weapons and imperial armors, Manshur and the others would never have dared to provoke a complete earthly sovereign. Wang Yuanshan's expression also became solemn, and the anger on his face disappeared. At this moment, he became unusually calm. "Come on, let me see what you've got." He held the imperial weapon tightly, and it emitted a bright light. The first to act was Ziqin. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Yuanshan, and the energy of the entire world began to tremble, forming a huge pressure that enveloped Wang Yuanshan. This was the pressure of the world, and its purpose was to stop Wang Yuanshan's actions. Buzz! Wang Yuanshan's body flashed with light, and 81 rays of realm power were added to his body, shaking off the energy pressure. Ziqin took a step forward, and his right hand rested on the hilt of his saber. His eyes were fixed on the scabbard in his hand, and there was nothing else in his eyes. The calm Wang Yuanshan was a little nervous. "Go to hell!" The transformed Manshur was in a berserk state, and the mace in his hand smashed down. Swish! Shen Tian Dao mobilized a trace of heavenly Dao power and rushed toward Wang Yuanshan with a spear. The Book of Destiny pointed at Wang Yuanshan, and a ray of light fell from the Book of Destiny in the sky. At the same time, a light figure appeared from the Book of Destiny, holding an imperial weapon and wearing an imperial armor, and rushed toward Wang Yuanshan. Dong Qing, Shang Guanhong, and Jin Qingqing attacked one after another. The group had been together for a long time, and their coordination was very good. In an instant, all of Wang Yuanshan's escape routes were sealed. At the same time, the group formed a tacit understanding and many attacks approached. In the distance, the doppelganger Ziqin drew the divine dragon bow fully and looked for an opportunity to release an arrow at any time. Ziqin's real body was also looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Wang Yuanshan stood in the air, and the 81 realms around him were circulating crazily. He held the imperial weapon in his hand tightly, and his expression was calm. Clang! The sword light flickered, and Manshur's mace was blocked by the tip of the sword. A huge force was instantly released, and the mace was blasted away, and Manshur was pushed back. The flickering sword light did not stop after the mace was pushed back, and it tapped on the spear. With a clang, Shen Tian Dao was pushed back. The tip of the sword drew a perfect circle, and the attacks from all directions were blocked instantly. The group that attacked immediately retreated. When facing a great perfection realm expert, they could only join forces, and after one attack, they could only escape. There was no way they could resist. Buzz! Just as Wang Yuanshan made his move, the doppelganger Ziqin immediately released an arrow. The divine dragon arrow turned into a ray of gold and silver light and shot toward Wang Yuanshan. Clang! However, such a sharp arrow was still blocked by Wang Yuanshan, and the arrow was sent flying. However, his body swayed slightly, and it looked like he lost his balance. However, Ziqin still did not use his saber, and his eyes were fixed on the saber. Retracting his sword, Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He did not expect Ziqin's perception to be so sharp. He deliberately swayed his body and pretended to be weightless, but the other party did not fall for it. The group that could slaughter a group of great perfection realm experts found themselves at a loss when facing Wang Yuanshan, a great perfection realm expert. The first wave of attacks was perfectly blocked by the other party. Not only did he not make any mistakes, but he also purposely created a loophole. Buzz! A terrifying aura surged, and the second wave of attacks from Manshur and the others arrived. It was said that they could only attack together, and that was why Wang Yuanshan could not resist. If they attacked one by one, Wang Yuanshan would seize the opportunity to kill one of them. After all, they were not great perfection realm experts, and they could only attack Wang Yuanshan until he was on the defensive. Once he took the initiative to attack, their lives would be in danger. Clang! Clang! Sword lights flashed continuously, and the sound of clanging resounded continuously. Wang Yuanshan was constantly neutralizing the group's attacks. During this period, doppelganger Zichen stood in the distance and continuously shot out threatening arrows. Powerful energy surged continuously, to the extent that Zichen's world space started to distort crazily. The terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc, and the mountains below were shattered, and the trees were turned into dust. Facing the group's continuous attacks, Wang Yuanshan's counterattacks were on point and timely. He did not make any mistakes in his continuous attacks, nor did he appear to be weightless and unable to dodge in time. Zichen, who was prepared to kill in one strike, held his saber hilt, but was unable to strike. From this, one could see the strength of a great perfection realm expert. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. If not for doppelganger Zichen's attacks, Manshur and the others would definitely die if they faced Wang Yuanshan. You want to kill me with just your strength? Dream on. Wang Yuanshan's lips curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Kill! Manshur and the others shouted coldly, and a new round of attacks reappeared. However, this time, before their attacks could reach Wang Yuanshan, Zichen, who had not made a move all this time, suddenly pulled out his saber. Swoosh! Bright saber light flashed, and an ultimate strike was displayed. Even though Wang Yuanshan had already experienced such a strike, the appearance of a new strike still made him feel that he could not dodge it. His expression changed drastically, and he no longer paid attention to his surroundings and focused on blocking Zichen's strike. The long sword vibrated at a high frequency, and the 81 realm forces were also constantly circulating, causing the speed of the sword to increase. Stop it! Stop it! Wang Yuanshan's eyes were fixed on the strike, and the long sword in his hand moved even faster. Clang! The sound of clanging resounded again, and Zichen's ultimate strike was blocked by Wang Yuanshan. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Boom! However, at this moment, Manshur's attack landed on his body, and the terrifying energy vibrated, and the defense around his body began to tremble. Bang! Xindao's attack followed closely behind, and directly exploded on Wang Yuanshan's body. With two attacks, Wang Yuanshan's defense was shattered. Puff! At the moment when his defense was broken, an arrow flew from afar and directly pierced his chest. Then, another sword light landed on his body. Puff! Puff! Jin Qingqing and Wu Xia's attacks also arrived and completely penetrated Wang Yuanshan's body. Oh, Chapter 1801. Changing their attack strategy. Zichen took the lead and disrupted Wang Yuanshan's attack rhythm. Following that, many attacks broke through Wang Yuanshan's defense and penetrated his body. Swoosh! 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 Wang Yuanshan was already injured, but the group didn't continue fighting. They instantly retreated. An enraged Wang Yuanshan definitely had the strength to kill them. Swoosh! A sharp sword light streaked across the place where the group was previously standing. Wang Yuanshan stood in the void, holding a sword with one hand. There were many bloody holes on his body, and blood flowed out from the wounds. His hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious as he stared coldly at Zichen. You, Swoosh! Zichen didn't wait for the other party to continue talking nonsense. In this kind of battlefield where only one could survive, Zichen, who didn't need to stall for time, had always been very straightforward. Another peek attack that wasn't any weaker than the previous one swept towards Wang Yuanshan. Ah! Wang Yuanshan shouted as he unleashed all his strength and slashed forward with the long sword in his hand. Facing the threat of death, Wang Yuanshan definitely performed exceptionally. He used his heavily injured body to block Zi Chen's peek attack. Bang! The bright blade light was directly shattered by the sword light. Although Zi Chen's attack was blocked, Wang Yuanshan couldn't block the attacks of Manshur and the others. Powerful attacks penetrated his body. Wang Yuanshan was in a deranged state. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he prepared to kill someone, even if he had to die. In the distance, Zi Chen's clone revealed a cold smile and released the bowstring in his hand. Puff! The dragon god's arrow transformed into an arrow and pierced through his forehead. The destructive power entered his consciousness and extinguished his vitality. The arrow pierced through his forehead and Wang Yuanshan fell. A powerful perfection realm expert, the deputy region lord of the Imperial Sky region, who had been famous for tens of thousands of years, died under the siege of 8 domain realm experts. Phew! Looking at the dead Wang Yuanshan, the group heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a perfection realm expert, they were under a lot of pressure. During this period, they didn't dare to make any mistakes. If they made a mistake, they would still die in Wang Yuanshan's hands, even with the Emperor armor. Let's go. Time was of the essence. Zi Chen once again disappeared with everyone. There were still a few more battles to be fought. When they reappeared, young Master Tian and the old mansion master looked at the crowd in astonishment. They did not expect that they would be able to kill Wang Yuanshan in such a short time. Who's next? Zi Chen turned to look at young Master Tian. Help Long Fei first. As soon as young Master Tian finished speaking, a gap opened up in the void. Zi Chen and his men rushed in. When they arrived in Long Fei's world, Long Fei, who was only at the small perfection level, was facing 2 great perfection level cultivators at the same time. Instead of running away, he decided to fight them head-on. Furthermore, it wasn't any weaker than the ones below. Such battle prowess also caused the crowd to be filled with admiration. Lord Long Fei, we are here to help you, Zi Chen shouted, deliberately attracting the attention of the 2 paragons. The 3 of them were very surprised by the appearance of Zi Chen and the others. However, when they asked why, Dragonfly nodded and increased the intensity of his attacks. One of the Great Circle experts was forced to retreat. When the other Great Circle expert saw this, he launched an attack at Long Fei. Zi Chen teleported in front of the Great Circle expert and held the scabbard in front of his chest. The Great Circle expert's expression changed immediately. The scene of Zi Chen almost killing Wang Yuanshan with a single strike was still vivid in his mind. Under such circumstances, even though he had an imperial weapon, he still did not dare to be careless. Just as the Great Circle expert paused, Manshur and the others stood in position and attacked together. You're courting death. Cold-killing intent flashed in the Great Circle expert's eyes. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed abruptly. This was because Zi Chen had attacked. It was another extremely powerful strike. The bright light of the blade filled the Great Circle expert's vision. Facing Zi Chen's attack, the Great Circle expert chose to block it in the same way as Wang Yuanshan. That was, he gave up on all other attacks and focused on defending against this one strike. In the end, he managed to block this strike, but not the other attacks. His body was immediately pierced through. Compared to Wang Yuanshan, the Great Circle expert's battle prowess was much weaker. After the first round of attacks, the Great Circle expert was severely injured. Immediately after, Zi Chen added another strike and split the Great Circle expert's body in half. Another Great Circle expert died. In the distant battlefield, Long Fei saw this scene and understood why these people could appear here. Since they could even kill a Great Circle expert, it was obvious that those people were all dead. Hence, Long Fei exploded and injured his opponent in an instant. Immediately after, he made a second strike and destroyed his opponent. This method of killing an enemy above his level obviously consumed a lot of energy. Long Fei's face was a little pale. Let's find Mayan. After the battle here was over, everyone entered the world, Lord of Short Fei's world. The latter was also 1 against 2, but the situation was not good. The entire battlefield was filled with dense, destructive power. Within this destructive power, Ziqin felt the power of lightning. One of the 2 Great Circle experts was severely injured, but the Great Circle expert, Short Fei, was also severely injured. Seeing everyone appear, Mayan's face immediately revealed a look of joy. However, the 2 Great Circle experts' faces changed and were filled with disbelief. Next, the battle ended without any suspense. Returning to the chessboard, Old Mansion Master looked at Ziqin with admiration. If not for the variable Ziqin, they would definitely have lost this game. The reason why it was a variable was that there were many possibilities. However, Ziqin had undoubtedly deduced the concept of a variable to the limit, the true limit. Even the usually cold Mayan was full of admiration for Ziqin, who was only in the domain realm. After the battle ended, Long Fei and Mayan looked happy, but Ziqin's worried expression could not be reduced. Although they had won, there were still 2 more battles to be won. It was inevitable that he would be worried. Moreover, the battle there was the most crucial battle. Seeing Ziqin's worry, young Master Tian said, "You don't have to worry. In the deduction, the only dangerous battle was here. Now that you have won, this battle can be declared over, and we will be the winner." But Mansion Master, after all, is fighting 1 against 3. Ziqin was still worried. It's true that he is fighting 1 against 3, but since we have deduced it in advance, we naturally have a corresponding method. As for the reason, you will understand after the battle. As for that person, you don't have to worry. The 2 great ancestors seem powerful, but they were disturbed by this underground guy, which weakened their battle strength. Since he dared to come here to accept this karma, he naturally has the corresponding battle strength. Young Master Tian smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, "Now give me the things." "What is it?" Ziqin couldn't help but be startled. "Those imperial weapons." Young Master Tian said, "Why should we take them out? Since they are our spoils, they should belong to us." Manshur said unhappily. Manshur said unwillingly. This time they had risked their lives and only managed to obtain a few emperor weapons. If they were to give them away, they would not be able to obtain anything. Young Master Tian smiled and said, "Of course they are your spoils, but we need to borrow them. Only by using imperial weapons can we truly trap this guy and kill him in one fell swoop." "Really?" Manshur did not believe it. Ziqin said, "Give them to him." In desperation, Manshur took out the imperial weapons. As for Long Fei, he had already taken out his imperial weapons. After taking the imperial weapons, young Master Tian said, "If you have extra imperial weapons," Manshur immediately interrupted him and said, "Imperial weapons are not cabbages. Who would have extra?" What followed was a long wait. Just as everyone was getting anxious, Tang Nuo appeared out of nowhere. His robe was torn in many places, and black smoke was rising from his body. Streaks of lightning energy were rampant, as if he was struck by lightning. Ziqin was very sensitive to lightning energy. Previously, he had already sensed the lightning energy in Mayan's world. Now that he sensed it again from Tang Nuo, he was inevitably puzzled. When Tang Nuo appeared, he did not tell them about the battle. Instead, he threw out 3 imperial weapons and then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Since the imperial weapons had appeared, the result was obvious. The next battle was between Ling Shuang and the 2 great ancestors. However, this time, Ziqin and the others waited for a long time, but Ling Shuang did not appear. After recovering, Tang Nuo opened his eyes and glanced at the sky above the mansion. As if relieved of a burden, he said, "The battle is finally over." "Yes, it's over. After 20,000 years, it's really a long time." Young Master Tian could not help but sigh. It's over? What about her? Zichen was stunned when he heard that and asked in confusion. She's already left. Tang Nua said, She's gone, she won. It's not clear whether she won or lost, but she left with the two great ancestors. As he spoke, Tang Nua raised his hand and sent out a stream of energy. The seal of the mansion disappeared, and the entire Shantian mansion was in a clamor again. At this moment, a message was sent to the royal sky domain. Those clans that had been waiting for a long time finally launched their strongest attack on the Wang clan. To be able to win in such a situation, young Master Tian's calculations are indeed accurate. Young Master Tian won. Shantian Mansion won. The Wang clan is finished. Announced to the outside world that the Wang clan colluded with the foreign races and harmed their fellow clansmen. Kill them without mercy. Many experts from various forces rushed into the Wang clan's mansion and began a frenzied massacre. When the massacre began, in the battlefield of despair, the four great clans shook their heads in disappointment when they heard the news. Then, they ordered their men to attack and kill everyone in the Wang clan. As for the properties of the Wang clan, they were divided among the four great clans. Of course, in the process of plundering, the Wang clan also bore the crime of colluding with the foreign races. The Wang clan in the royal sky domain was almost annihilated in an instant. At the same time, the royal sky domain master announced that if there were any other forces that colluded with the foreign races in the future, the Wang clan would be their example. They would not tolerate such existences. Of course, there was no end to the Wang clan. After that, regardless of whether it was the royal sky domain or the Shantian mansion, they sent out many missions related to the Wang clan. These missions all had high rewards. After that, the Wang clan would become the target of scorn. The battle was finally over, and the Shantian mansion was safe. After a great purge, the Shantian mansion was now an iron plate. Young Master Tian was prepared to use those royal weapons to set up a formation and completely exterminate the foreign races underground. During this period of time, young Master Tian told Zichen that if she was still alive, she would definitely come here again. Zichen shook his head and said, We have nothing to do with each other. Her life and death are not important to me. Zichen was about to leave when Tang Nua called out to him and gave him something. He said, This is what the Thunder Sacred Beast asked me to pass to you. Chapter 1802. The doubts in his heart finally had an answer. Zichen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Young Master Tian was such a scheming person. Since he saw the Lightning Saint Beast, how could he not make use of it? The Lightning Saint Beast was known as the ancestor of the Lightning clan. It was naturally an extremely powerful existence back then. Its drop in realm was only temporary, although it couldn't be said to be able to recover to its peak in a short period of time. At least it had walked far in the realm of Sector Lord. However, because the Lightning Saint Beast had other matters to attend to, it didn't participate in this battle. During this period, it secretly sent them some trump cards. When Zichen entered Mayan's world, Mayan used a trump card that was specially used to deal with absolute realm experts. As for why Tang Nua was able to kill 3 by himself, other than his own battle strength, the trump card given by the Lightning Saint Beast was also important. What's this? This was the reason Zichen guessed when he heard about the Lightning Saint Beast. Then he curiously took the item from Tang Nua. It was a round ball that emitted gentle lightning. It looked like an ordinary lightning ball, and there was nothing special about it. Tang Nua shook his head and said, The Lightning Saint Beast didn't say. It only said that you will understand once you see it. Hearing this, Zichen was even more curious. Then he used his spiritual sense to probe it. Brat, being able to hear the voice of this ancestor proves that you are still alive. Moreover, the crisis of the Shantian prefecture has already been resolved. First, I congratulate you for coming back alive. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. In addition, your luck is not bad. Fortunately, since this ancestor came, I left you a small gift. The lightning, Saint Beast's voice stopped here. It didn't say what the small gift was. Zichen's spiritual sense probed again. After a moment, he retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Seeing Zichen's expression, Tang Nua asked curiously, "What is it?" "Emperor level body, refinement technique." After hearing Zichen's words, even Tang Nua, the mansion master, sucked in a breath of cold air. Emperor level techniques were hard to come by. As for body refinement techniques, it was even more so. He didn't expect the lightning Saint Beast to leave something like this for Zichen. Then Tang Nua sighed. The lightning Saint Beast is known as the ancestor of the lightning clan. It's not strange for him to take out something like this. Then Tang Nua asked, "What are you going to do next?" Zichen said, "I'm going to visit a few cities. I wonder what the situation is like in those cities." Tang Nua did not ask for the specific reason. He believed that Zichen had a sense of propriety. In reality, Zichen's question was completely unnecessary. Although the entire Shantian prefecture was said to have 108 cities, the strongest power was still within the Shantian prefecture. Just like Huping City's city lord Mufeng, who was only at the 5th stage domain realm back then, the city lords of other cities were at the 9th stage domain realm at most. Among the top-ranked cities, there were definitely sector lords, but the number was very limited. The World Overlord realm wasn't something that everyone could step into. Even if they could, not everyone would be able to break through. The reason why Zichen and the others were able to comprehend the realm energy was because they had gone to the depths of the sterilization battlefield and thoroughly analyzed the realm energy. That was why they were able to comprehend it so easily. Otherwise, if Zichen wanted to rely on his own comprehension of the world force to break through, it would take him tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. As for Shang Guanhong and the others, because the law they comprehended was too special, it would take them a long time to break through. Those who had left back then gradually returned to the Shantian prefecture. They gradually knew what had happened in the Shantian prefecture. Seeing that even a perfect earthly sovereign, Mayen, was talking to Zichen as an equal, the other sector lords naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. Without staying in the Shantian prefecture for too long, Zichen left with the 7 of them. They first arrived at Shantian City. As the #1 city in the Shantian prefecture, it was still very lively even after a great reshuffle. Now the entire city was talking about the purge incident. Gradually, Zichen also found out about young Master Tian's scheme. When he found out that the Zhou clan had been completely annihilated with only a few surviving members escaping outside, and even the branches had been annihilated, Zichen was shocked. Apart from that, there were also many large clans in the 108 cities that had been purged. Back then, there were 1 or 2 clans that had conflicts with Zichen. After arriving at the Shantian prefecture, Zichen and the others didn't make a scene. Instead, they chose to return in a low-profile manner. They stayed for 2 days and drank with the Shantian Dao. On the 3rd day, they left. Shantian Dao didn't choose to stay. Instead, they left with Zichen. Their second destination was the hidden fog city. This time, they didn't choose to use the teleportation array. Instead, they walked towards the hidden fog city. What happened in the Shantian prefecture had already spread to the other cities. News of Zichen and the others' deeds had also spread. When Zichen arrived outside the hidden fog city, he saw a large group of people outside the city. The city gate was already under martial law. Many cultivators stood on both sides in silence. In front of them stood 3 people. The leader was a man in black clothes. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene from afar, Zichen and the others stopped. "It seems to be a welcoming ceremony," said Wuxia as he looked ahead. "A welcoming ceremony? Could it be that a big shot is coming? Why are they making such a big scene?" Zichen was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Shantian Dao glanced at Zichen and said, "That's right. You're the big shot they're waiting for." "Me? How is that possible?" Zi Chen was shocked. He didn't seem to have anything to do with a big shot. Why is it impossible? You're the variable in young Master Tian's deduction. It can be said that Shantian Prefecture won because of you. You saved the entire Shantian Prefecture and even killed a nascent perfection realm expert instantly. If you're not a big shot, what are you? Shantian Dao said, your mentality hasn't changed, but your status has. Let's not talk about what you've done. Just the fact that you came back alive from the battlefield of despair is enough to make you a big shot in the 108 cities. Of course, you're not the only one. We're big shots too. When Manshur heard this, he scratched his head and said, I'm a big shot too. A very, very big shot, Shantian Dao repeated. In this place, Shantian Dao had the most right to speak because Zi Chen and the others were the first to arrive in Shantian City. If it wasn't for him blocking the way, Zi Chen's door would have been trampled to pieces on the day Zi Chen arrived. The current Zi Chen status in Shantian Prefecture had already surpassed the previous strongest person in the domain, Human Devil Token. Sure enough, when Zi Chen and the others stopped, the three people leading the group outside the Hidden Fog City took the initiative to walk over. I didn't know that Lord Zi Chen would be coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The leading black-clothed man immediately smiled apologetically. Zi Chen didn't seem to be used to this kind of friendliness. I'm the City Lord of Hidden Fog City, Lord Zi Chen. Please come in, the City Lord said. This time, I'm here to look for someone. Zi Chen didn't walk forward and said directly, looking for someone. The City Lord was startled. Hidden Fog Shadow's family. Speaking of Hidden Fog Shadow, Zi Chen's expression became gloomy. The others behind him also lowered their heads. Little Shadow's family? Then I'm his father, the City Lord said. Zi Chen was a little surprised. His expression immediately became serious as he bowed deeply to the City Lord. Lord Zi Chen, you can't do this. You can't do this. The City Lord hurriedly walked forward and tried to help Zi Chen up. Behind him, the other two were also startled. They didn't understand Zi Chen's actions. I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Hidden Fog Shadow back, Zi Chen said. I'm sorry. Behind Zi Chen, Manshur and the others all bowed to express their apologies. Although he had expected this, the City Lord still had a trace of sadness on his face when he heard Zi Chen's words. However, when he saw Zi Chen and the others' expressions, he quickly said, We already knew about Little Shadow's matter. Before he left, we already expected this. We cultivators cultivate against the heavens. How can we be afraid of death? Lord Zi Chen, please follow me into the city. Zi Chen stood up and said, Hidden Fog Shadow and I are sworn brothers. You're his father, so you're our elder. You can call me Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen's determined expression, the City Lord didn't pretend anymore. He nodded and said, All right, Zi Chen, quickly follow me into the city. If you stay outside the city, people will think that we didn't treat you well. Zi Chen followed the City Lord into the city. Along the way, everyone curiously looked at Zi Chen and the others. These people were all legendary figures in the Shantian Prefecture. Unfortunately, a part of the glory should belong to the Hidden Fog City. However, Hidden Fog Shadow was no longer here. When they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, all the banquets were cancelled according to Zi Chen's request. After that, Zi Chen signaled everyone to leave. In the hall, apart from Zi Chen's group of 8, only the City Lord was left. Previously, he didn't care much. However, now that there were no outsiders around, the grief on his face finally showed. Can you tell me more about Little Shadow? This was the expression a father should have after hearing about his son's death. What he did before was just the strong side he had to show as the City Lord. He was very brave. Zi Chen told him about Hidden Fog Shadow's deeds in the battlefield of despair. Hidden Fog Shadow, who already had the Devouring God seal, would definitely become an influential figure once he left the battlefield of despair. Unfortunately, he died on the dragon boat. After listening silently, The city lord's father nodded and said, "Very good. My son didn't disgrace the Hidden Fog City. I will be proud of him." Zichen stood up and apologized again. Then he took out the 2 imperial armaments that he had prepared beforehand. "This is—" Hidden Fog's father looked at Zichen with a puzzled expression. "This is what we obtained from the depths of the world. Each of us has one. One is an imperial armament and one is an imperial armor." "What?" The city lord immediately stood up. He couldn't be blamed for having such a big reaction. Any realm lord would have the same reaction when they heard about an imperial armament. Although the city lord wasn't a realm lord yet, there were realm lords in his family. Naturally, he knew how precious an imperial armament was. "This is what Hidden Fog Shadow deserves." While speaking, Zichen put down the imperial armament and imperial armor. However, he was stopped by the city lord. He was very clear about the value of these 2 items. These 2 items could be exchanged for the service of a perfect earthly immortal. In terms of value, a 9th stage domain realm expert like Hidden Fog Shadow couldn't compare to these 2 imperial armaments. "I appreciate your kindness. However, I can't keep these items." Chapter 1803. The Hidden Fog City Lord kept refusing because the value of an imperial weapon was too high. "This is what the Hidden Fog Shadow deserves. We all have a set. Please don't refuse." Zichen had made up his mind. Also, this could be the foundation of his family. In the end, the Hidden Fog City Lord kept the item. On the same day, Zichen left with his people. Many people asked him to stay, and even a few realm lords appeared. However, Zichen only said that he was here to apologize and not as a guest. He said that he would come again if he had the chance. After hearing about the Hidden Fog Shadow, the Hidden Fog City Lord could vaguely guess what Zichen's next objective was. Zichen's next battle was the 4th-ranked Golden Leaf City. Of course, he was not there to give away the imperial weapon. He was there to cause trouble. Zichen had said that the name Yi would no longer exist in Golden Leaf City. This was his promise to Yiming. Now that Zichen had returned, he was going to fulfill his promise. After leaving Hidden Fog City, they went straight to Golden Leaf City. This time, even Jean Qingqing's expression was cold. Outside Golden Leaf City, the masters of the Golden Leaf and Yi families received the news and greeted them warmly. "Brother Jean, your daughter has become famous this time. She saved the entire Shantian prefecture," said Yiani, the city lord of Golden Leaf City. Yiani was at level 9 and was the city lord of Golden Leaf City. He was also the current master of the Yi family and Yiming's father. In the news, he heard that Jean Qingqing had returned but did not see Yiming. This made him feel uncomfortable. "City Lord Yi, you're too polite. I heard that it was all thanks to Zichen from Huping City." "My daughter only took a little credit," said the current master of the Jean family politely. "Brother Jean, we've known each other for so many years. Why are you being so polite? We can just call each other brothers. The city lord is the city lord. How would I dare to break the rules?" The 2 of them were very polite, but they both had their own plans. Yi Ani coldly snorted in his heart. He felt that the Jean family's patriarch didn't know how to appreciate favors. He actually didn't give him any face in front of so many people. As for Jin Hong, he was secretly laughing in his heart. He had long heard from Qingqing that his little brat was dissatisfied with Zichen. Now that that little brat had yet to return, who knew what had happened? Moreover, Yi Ani usually relied on his identity as the city lord to help the Yi family. Back then, he even forced the Jin family to let Yi Ming propose marriage to Jin Qingqing. However, after that incident, Yi Ming's actions were truly unpopular. In the end, during the Shantian Prefecture Grand Competition, he was even more disappointing. Under the pressure, this matter was left unsettled. In short, Jin Hong did not like Yi Ani, and he was even more displeased with Yi Ming, who coveted his daughter. Reporting to the city lord, "They are here." It was at this moment that a domain realm expert appeared. "Oh, how far?" Yi and Yi asked, "Is there a young city lord among them?" Jin Hong's expression didn't change, but he was dissatisfied in his heart. Since when could the position of Golden Leaf City lord be inherited? No. The domain realm expert's answer made Yi and Yi's expression turn ugly. To be honest, he didn't think much about Yi Ming's safety. There was no other reason than he knew Yi Ming's character very well. He knew that no matter what, the other party would always place his life first. Therefore, he wouldn't believe that Yi Ming was dead. The most likely possibility was that he was still in the battlefield of despair. After all, this time, Tian Gongzi was plotting against the entire Shantian prefecture. The risk he took during this period was extremely great. According to Yi Ming's character, of course, he wouldn't take the risk. Although he was very pleased with Yi Ming's choice, Yi and Yi was still a little disappointed when he heard that Yi Ming wasn't in the team. If Yi Ming really appeared here, such a welcoming ceremony would definitely make his reputation even higher. It would make the Yi family's reputation even higher and completely crush the Jin family. As the city lord, Yi, and he wasn't a shy person, he quickly adjusted his emotions and prepared to welcome Zi Qin and the others. In their line of sight, Zi Qin and the others finally appeared. Everyone perked up, and among them, Jin Hong was the happiest, because his daughter was coming back. Zi Chen was walking at the front, followed by the three ladies. Shentian Dao and the rest walked behind. It was the duo's first time seeing the legendary Zi Qin. At that moment, their eyes fell on Zi Qin. This was a young man with an imposing appearance. He was handsome, and he had already become a legend in the entire Shantian prefecture at such a young age. Meanwhile, Huping City, which was about to be forgotten by people, had also reached an unimaginable height because of Zi Chen's sudden appearance. Jin Hong's gaze swept past Zi Chen and looked at Jin Qingqing. The first thing he saw was not his daughter's beautiful face that was as beautiful as her name, but the 3 hideous scars on her face. His daughter used to have gentle eyes and a stunning appearance. She was both beautiful and intelligent. However, now his daughter's aura had changed drastically. She walked swiftly, and there was naturally a murderous aura surging around her. She was like a female Azura. How did this happen? Jin Hong was stunned when he saw his daughter's drastic change. Yi Ani, who also saw Jin Qingqing's condition, was stunned as well. To be able to disfigure a cultivator, she clearly suffered a permanent injury that could not be healed. He was secretly glad that they did not get married. Otherwise, Yi Ming would become the Yi clan's joke if he married such an ugly monster. The duo went up immediately. Yi Ani said, "Welcome, welcome." The group stopped. Zi Qin looked at Yi Ani and said, "You're Yi Ani." Yi Ani was rather upset when someone called him by his name. However, considering Zi Chen's current identity, he nodded and said, "That's right. It's me. I'm Yi Ming's father. I believe you guys should know each other." Zi Qin said, "Yes, we're here for Yi Ming's matter." "What is it?" "I owe Yi Ming a promise." Yi Ani's expression immediately eased when he heard that. He said calmly, "Since you can owe Ming a promise, I think you guys should have a good relationship. Then, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter how high your status is, when you meet an elder, although you don't need to bow, you should at least address them respectfully." Zi Chen was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their expressions became very strange. Yi Ani was so arrogant. He did not even ask for a promise and immediately put on the airs of an elder. "Got it." However, Zi Chen still responded calmly. Zi Chen's attitude made Yi Ani very unhappy. He said indifferently, "I wonder what promise you owe my son." As a bystander, Jin Hong also listened quietly. He had a feeling that Yi Ani had misunderstood Zi Chen's meaning. The two of them might have different understandings of a promise. Back then on the battlefield, I promised him that the Yi clan would no longer exist in Golden Leaf City. Zi Chen's words were still indifferent. "What?" Yi Ani heard it clearly. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What kind of promise is that?" "Count it as a promise." Man sure said coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Iani. Both of them were very close to each other. Coupled with Manshure's unexpected attack that used the power of the realm, the punch was even more powerful. Yiani, who was still in a state of shock, did not have time to react. He was directly sent flying and coughed out blood. Yiming almost killed all of us. This was the promise back then. Now that he's dead, your Yi clan needs to bear his sins. Yiani, who was sent flying, was not dead. When he heard that, he coughed out blood and said in horror, "You killed my son." "I killed him. He deserved to die." Jin Qingqing walked out with a cold expression. "It's you." The enraged Yiani was just about to say the word ugly when he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. He swallowed the words back and turned to look at Ziqin. He discovered that Ziqin was looking at him coldly. He knew what Ziqin had done. Ziqin could even kill a realm lord, let alone a mere domain realm cultivator like him. He immediately said, "This is a grudge between you and my son. Haven't you heard of the saying, 'Don't involve family members'? This sentence is useful to some people, but not to others. I told Yi Ming that if he didn't stop, I would definitely harm the Yi clan. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to me. Death was the price he had to pay. Today, the Yi clan will have to pay the price." Ziqin said coldly. Man sure sent the city, lord flying with a punch. This directly caused an uproar among the cultivators who came to welcome Ziqin and the others. Then, the cultivators of the Wang clan rushed over. Ziqin walked towards the Golden Leaf City. When he arrived in front of Iani, he looked up at the 3 words Golden Leaf City and said, "My goal is to make the Yi clan decline. Getting injured is not my goal." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziqin raised his hand and struck out. The powerful city, Lord Yi, was sent flying again. The destructive force entered his body and destroyed his vitality and strength. Ziqin didn't kill him. He only severely injured him and caused his realm to drop. When his injuries recovered, the city lord could still guarantee that he had the strength of a domain realm expert, but only at the first stage domain realm. "You're courting death. How dare you attack the city lord?" Everyone attacked together. During this time, many people from the Wang clan came. When they saw this scene, they immediately rushed towards Ziqin. However, before they could reach Ziqin, Manshur and the others directly attacked and seriously injured them. In the process, their cultivation levels also decreased greatly. As expected, that kid's character is just like his father. Now that he has caused a big mess, the Yi clan will decline from now on. Jin Hong stood aside and sighed in his heart. He didn't go forward to greet them. At the same time, he waved his hand and called over a confidant. He said, "Go back and tell them not to act rashly. Ziqin's target this time is only the Yi clan. If they don't want to be suppressed by the Yi clan in the future, they should obediently hide in their homes and don't come out." "Yes." The confidant nodded and immediately flew towards the city. At this moment, Ziqin was leading people into the city. As for the location of the Yi clan, Jin Qingqing was very clear. Jin Hong, who was preparing to enter the city quietly, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Senior, please help me point out the existence of the Yi clan above the 4th stage domain realm." Jin Hong was stunned when he heard this. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he had understood Ziqin's goal and bottom line. He didn't respond. Instead, he immediately entered the city. Obviously, he was mobilizing people. Chapter 1804. The news that Ziqin had crippled the city lord with a single blow soon spread throughout Golden Leaf City. The forces in the city also heard Jin Hong's warning and immediately shut themselves in. They did not even dare to watch the battle for fear that Ziqin would take care of them as well. On the street, a domain realm expert was hurriedly flying. He was a 6th stage domain realm expert. "He's from the Yi family." A voice was heard. Ziqin raised his hand and the domain realm expert flew backward, coughing up blood. The power of the destruction realm had caused the expert's realm to drop. The domain realm expert flew backward, his face full of disbelief. He had tried to avoid the attack, but he was still discovered. Zichen and the others continued to move forward, followed by a group of cultivators carefully. He's from the Yi family. He's from the Yi family. He's also from the Yi family. Along the way, all the cultivators of the Yi family who were named were crippled. All it took was one strike. Zichen and the others went straight to the Yi family's base. The people who saw Zichen's action were terrified. He was going to destroy the Yi family. Along the way, the experts of the Yi family fell one by one, each of whom was at least a 5th-stage domain realm expert. Seeing those injured people, many people gloated. As a dominant family, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of oppression and inequality. In their hearts, the Yi family had suffered retribution today. What do you mean by attacking the Yi family directly? Do you want to start a prefecture war? A 4th-stage domain realm expert jumped out and shouted at Zichen and the others. He had already seen that Zichen's target was only a 5th-stage domain realm expert. Attacking the Yi family is starting a prefecture war. Who do you think the Yi family is? The Yi family of Golden Leaf City is part of Shantian Prefecture. The 4th-stage domain realm expert said confidently, attacking the Yi family is attacking Golden Leaf City. This is a declaration of war against Shantian Prefecture. You're not worthy. Zichen smiled disdainfully and raised his hand to shoot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy struck the 4th-stage domain realm expert, but he was no longer injured. Instead, he was killed instantly. It was true that his target was those above the 5th tier. Against them, Zichen could only injure them. However, if those below the 5th tier jumped out, they would be courting death. After walking a few streets, Zichen's group of 8 split up. Zichen headed straight for the Yi family's residence, while the others headed for the Yi family's businesses. As the 8 of them dispersed, more than a dozen domain stage experts followed suit. These domain realm experts were all from the Jin family, and they were responsible for providing information. Jin Hong was in the crowd, following Zichen and the others. After the crowd separated, he followed his daughter. During this period, Jin Qingqing's attacks were very decisive and fierce. Her cold expression never changed. Jin Hong didn't know what happened to his daughter, but he knew that his daughter's heart was cold at this moment. When the members of the Jin family saw Jin Qingqing's appearance, their hearts became very complicated. After hearing that Yi Ming was killed by Jin Qingqing, the Jin family cultivators must have guessed that there was a grudge between them. It was very likely that the permanent injury was caused by Yi Ming. For a moment, the Jin family cultivators hated the Yi family very much. Therefore, they also secretly put in a lot of effort while giving pointers. For example, if there was a person who was only at the 4th level but was very talented, these Jin family cultivators would secretly add a level to that person. As for Zichen and the others, crippling 1 or 10 of them was nothing. During this period, they didn't care about 1 or 2 more 4th tier cultivators. The entire Golden Leaf City was constantly filled with screams as the domain realm experts were crippled one after another. During this period, Zichen and the others quickly headed for the Yi family. The news had already reached the Yi family. When they heard that Zichen had come to kill them, the Yi family was furious and immediately summoned dozens of domain realm experts. During this period, some elders who were in seclusion also appeared one after another. How dare you come to the Yi family and behave atrociously? You're courting death. This time, your Huping City will have to pay the price. You're only at the 9th tier. How dare you? These elders who had come out of seclusion did not know about Zichen's deeds. After they appeared, they shouted coldly one after another and then launched an attack. Many 9th tier domain realm experts attacked, causing a huge commotion. Half of the city shook, the space was crazily distorted, and one building after another was completely destroyed because of the surging energy. The attacks of these Yi family experts were beautiful and gorgeous. However, before these energies could reach Ziqin, they were shattered by the energy that surged around Ziqin. Then Ziqin attacked. With a punch, a fist light flashed and an elder was hit. He coughed up blood and flew backward, seriously injured, and his cultivation level dropped. With a finger light flew out and pointed at an elder's chest. With a palm strike, another elder was sent flying. The difference in cultivation level between the two parties was not big, but their combat strength was like heaven and earth. There were a few people present. Ziqin attacked a few times, and as a result, everyone was seriously injured and their cultivation level dropped. You will die a horrible death. An elder who had already sensed the power of the 6th tier realm fell to the ground. He pointed at Ziqin with a trembling finger and cursed Ziqin. Ziqin's finger had completely cut off his fate as a realm lord. From now on, he was only a domain realm expert. Ziqin ignored him and continued forward. The other party had been living, which was more painful than death. The same scene was happening in the other 7 places. As long as it was not a realm lord, it was impossible to stop the 7 of them. Jin Hong, who was following behind, was secretly shocked. The Yi family had actually hidden so many experts. In this great purge, the Yi family had only sent 3 9th tier domain realm experts. One of them was Yiani, and during the process of carrying out the mission, they had specifically targeted some weaker existences. Yiani was absolutely disobeying Shantian Prefecture's orders. It was very shameful. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the 8 of them were moving forward very quickly. A mere Yi family could not possibly have too many domain realm experts. They had only launched an effective counterattack. After all of them were crippled, they no longer had the corresponding resistance. When the 8 of them gathered together, they had already arrived outside the Yi family's residence. Boom! The transformed man sure stomped down, and the huge gate of the Yi family's residence exploded. At this moment, the entire Yi family had also descended into chaos. Many of the weaker existences were hiding in various corners, appearing extremely terrified, and in some very conspicuous places, there were many women and children looking very pitiful. But seeing this scene, Ziqin was unmoved and said coldly, "Cripple all existences above the 5th tier." Humph, what big words. You dare to behave atrociously in the Yi family? You're courting death. An aura that belonged to a realm lord suddenly appeared from the depths of the Yi family. Then a figure flew over. Outside the Yi family's residence, many people felt the aura of a realm lord. Their expressions changed drastically and they burst out in exclamations. There really is a realm lord. Jin Hong sneered. A 9th tier expert in the Golden Leaf City was definitely in existence that could summon wind and rain. And a realm lord appeared. It could be said that he was at the level of a ruler. The aura of a realm lord was released, creating a strong pressure. Many cultivators who came to watch the show felt their legs go soft after feeling the pressure of the aura and directly collapsed. You've come to the wrong place. Do you think that our Yi family doesn't have a realm lord? A domain realm expert of the Yi family, who was terrified just now, said confidently after seeing a realm lord appear in his family. Humph, today this will be your burial ground. Don't you know where this is? How dare you behave atrociously here? This date next year will be the anniversary of your death. Obviously, after having a realm lord, the Yi family was more confident. Swoosh! Ziqin only felt the aura of the realm lord who came, but did not see the other party's appearance. He directly drew his sword, and a bright blade light flew forward. Pooh! The realm lord who had just arrived did not even have time to say a second sentence before the bright blade light swept past and his body was split into 2. The domain realm experts of the Yi family, who were incomparably proud of themselves, were dumbfounded after seeing the scene. A powerful realm lord was actually cut in half by a single blade. In the distance, there was also a burst of commotion. Looks like the rumors are true. Zichen already has the strength to kill a realm lord. Jin Hong, who saw this scene, sighed in his heart. All cultivators above the 5th tier will have their cultivation crippled. All cultivators above the realm lord level will be killed. Zichen's words were cold as he held his long blade and rushed into the depths of the Yi family. In an instant, he felt the aura of 2 realm lords moving away. They were trying to escape. However, Zichen had the world's fastest speed, so there was no way they could escape. The entire Yi family fell into a dead silence, and during this period no one made a sound. This was because Zichen's saber strike was simply too shocking. A powerful realm lord, a supreme realm lord, was actually killed in a single blade strike. Everyone entered the depths of the Yi family, one after another. The last person, Wu Xia, looked at the dead realm lord and shook his head. When the realm lord died, the world automatically hid itself in the void, and the wealth on the realm lord's body could no longer be obtained. When Manshur and the rest reached the depths, they only saw 2 realm lord corpses. The Yi family had a long history and was considered a family with a strong foundation. However, the number of realm lords was limited, and there was not a single small perfection realm lord. After Zichen killed the 5 realm lords, he had already cleaned up the Wang family's realm lords. The dead Yi Ming would never have thought that Zichen would have the guts and strength to find trouble with the Yi family. Moreover, he had destroyed this family with a long history in a single day. The battle in the Yi family had ended. All the Yi family experts in the city had their cultivation crippled. At this moment, there were no longer any 5th tier domain realm cultivators in the Yi family. Of course, Zichen couldn't wipe them all out, but there was no lack of people in the world who could beat a drowning dog. Zichen believed that the other families in the Golden Leaf City would definitely complete their suppression of the Yi family. The entire Yi family would no longer have a chance to rise in the Golden Leaf City. As for those experts who were lucky enough to escape this calamity, they would be hunted down by the other forces. This was the family's benefit. Without saying goodbye to Jin Hong, Zichen brought his men and left the Golden Leaf City. After leaving the city, he turned back to look at the top of the city gate, where the words Golden Leaf City were carved.